This conference will now be recorded.
You all set, Mayor?
Okay. Compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, I wish to state that on February 5th, 2021, the notice of this budget workshop of the Upper Township Committee was posted on the official Township Bulletin Board, the Upper Township website, and the Town Hall foyer, mailed to the Cape May County Gazette, the Atlantic City Press, the Ocean City Sentinel-Ledger, the Herald Times, and filed with the Township Clerk. Tonight's budget workshop meeting will be available on the Upper Township website. I hereby direct that this announcement made a part of the minutes of this meeting. I would suggest that we forego the Pledge of Allegiance till we get to the open meeting scheduled at 7:30. So at this time, let's get started. John, I'll turn it over to you and we can go through this.
All right, to get started, some of the things that, have been kind of going on in the background, we've managed to eliminate some expenses in the budget. And I just wanted to give a quick briefing of what they are. We have a $1,500 pickup in the salary and wage line for the engineer. We have a $20,000 pickup in the consulting line for the engineer, which would be a rent control study based on the request of Pine Hill Mobile Park. We removed $2,100 from our township television. We have a what looks like a confirmation of about $39,250 reduction in the EMS budget. We've eliminated $1,600 in the crossing guard salary and wages, and there is a $40,000 deduct for shore protection, which would include dune fence and MOBA mats, which were going to be an expensed item. And should we decide to do the dune fencing and MOBA mats, we're going to move that into a capital item, which would be something that would be bonded. So that gives us a total reduction to date of $106,450. And included in that is a tentative deduction of $2,000 for a donation to a local organization, which we have not totally decided where we are on that. So moving forward, I think what I'd like to do is have everybody get into their budget book and turn to the road department tab. So are we all there?
We're there. Yeah. It's the one that has the heading, I guess it's B1, Department of Public Works. Is that the one you want us to be on?
Yes, Department 81, Public Works.
81.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, see, my for those of you that don't know, I have a torn cornea lens in my left eye, and I'm really struggling to see here. So, okay, so it's 81. All right.
All right, so that's a signal. If there's anything we need to slip by Rich, tonight's the night to get it done.
Yeah, there you go.
What the hell?
All right. Hey, Craig, I'm going to kind of let you lead off on this and kind of give us a general idea of what we're looking at in the road department. And then what I'll do once we get that, I'll try to get through the individual line items. And as we're going through that, anybody who has a question or comment or any input, just, feel free to ask and join in, and we'll try to work our way through it.
Okay. Going through what was proposed in 2020 and what was actual in 2020, there's just one thing that stands out, and this is something that Barbara Ludi and I have had numerous conversations about moving forward. When we get down to supplies and equipment, it looks like we were over on that one. And then you get down to parts and equipment, and we were way under on that one. That was just a matter of placing things in the proper line. And Barbara and I have had numerous conversations about this moving forward to correct this. Overall, we had a very good year with the 81 line item budget. We were able to back quite a bit of money back to the township that we did not anticipate. One thing that jumped out right away was the purchase of road salt. We did not purchase any road salt in 2020, period. We didn't have any storms in 19. We didn't have any storms in 20 that we had to apply road salt. Within the last 2 weeks, we have dropped 150 tons just because of the icing conditions. And yesterday, we dropped 40 tons just because the temperatures were going to go off the chart and be very cold. What we didn't want was everything to freeze. So we budgeted $32,000. In my personal opinion, there's room there that we could eliminate some money out of that. I am requesting that we keep at least a minimum of about $12,000 to $15,000 in that line. We had to, when we signed the contract with the county for road salt, we agreed to take a certain amount, and the barn was full at that particular time, and I agreed to take 100 tons. We have applied 150, so I now have room for that, which we agreed to. We can always get more, but I agreed to that. That $12,000 would encumber 200 tons. So we have, right now, we still have more than enough salt. Currently, my calculation is that we have approximately 350 tons in the building right now. So we're in good shape. So that is something that we could trim the salt budget, in my opinion. Everything else, as you go through it, John, I don't see anything that jumped out crazy. Just some of the parts and supply items could have got placed at other places to do it. The only other thing was,
Hey, Craig, can I ask the question? So, I get that it's been very mild over the past couple of years, and I appreciate the fact that you're willing to trim the amount that's allocated. My question is so that will, most likely get us through the winter, although it sounds like it's going to be a little bit of a snowy few days coming up. Do you anticipate we'd still have enough in the event that, for whatever reason, on the back end, like in December, it turns cold and we get an unusual snowstorm, that we'll be okay with that? Well, I guess that would be my
Well, pick it up, Rich.
yeah, I believe we're in good shape, to be honest with you. We still currently have at least 350 to close to 400 tons in the building right now. With the additional 200 tons that we would purchase with the $12,000 to $15,000, we actually get close to 300 tons with that amount of money. I can't anticipate us being much worse than that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So you're comfortable with the 15?
So we figured what, Craig? We figured about 15 grand we could take off, right? Yeah.
Well, no,
Yes, sir.
we've actually already taken some of that off. I don't know if your books have been updated.
In the subcommittee, we did trim it to 15,000.
From 32?
Yes.
Okay.
So the question is, that's facing us now, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. We are anticipating or proposing a $15,000 budget for road salt for the year 2021. And we want to make sure that, number one, Craig, that you're comfortable with that number.
I am, John, based on what we still have in the barn. We have a good stockpile. which I would like to get to the back to get the older stuff out, but I feel pretty comfortable that we'll be okay.
Okay. Moving on, I mean, mileage reimbursement, we've got $400 in there. Office supplies, we have 43,500 proposed on a spend in 2020 of 71,000. So I guess that's one of the line items that we were talking about where we had some maybe some mapping errors in terms of showing what our actual expenditures were. Is that correct?
Correct, John. It's not office supplies, it's supplies and equipment. And then, not to jump ahead too far, but if you scroll down and look at parts and equipment,
Parts and equipment, yeah.
2,000, and we were at 49,000. So it's just a matter of moving some things around. One line was over, the other line was way under. So,
But they balance when you put them together.
I'm sorry.
When you put them together, they balance. I see what you're saying there.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. Education, we're budgeting.
But in the future, we have that fixed though, right? We're gonna have more of a definition. What falls in each line.
Yeah,
Right.
that is fixed already.
Good.
Okay, for education, we've got a budget of $200. Comfortable with that, Craig?
That's just in case we have to send anybody for any classes or training. We did send a couple of guys this year, which should have come from probably the rec side that was charged to 81. But again, that's just a line type item. I do have a couple guys that will be going for training for clean communities, but that'll be all on the recycle side, not 81.
Okay. Eyeglasses, we've got a budget of 2,500 on a spend last year of 1,950. So that's, I mean, that seems reasonable.
Yeah.
It's hard to predict sometimes what that number will be. We have a number of employees that are eligible for it. So one year could be higher than the next.
Okay. For safety items, we've got a budget of 500 on a prior period spend of 1,100, and I want to make sure that, I mean, I'm sure we're talking about things like PPE, that would be safety glasses, vests, gloves. Do we have enough in there, Craig? Do we need some more? I mean, should we budget that maybe for closer to 1,000? You think, or?
I don't think so. I think we'll be okay. And the reason why I say that is because, again, I think Mrs. Ludi absorbed some of these costs for some reason that it shouldn't have been put there. And also, it also could have been spread out between trash and recycling. I don't foresee a reason to change that line, John.
So when you roll everything up, you've got enough money in there for PPE to cover the employees for the year.
Yes, sir.
So
Okay.
are we still using the masks, you know, that we originally gave out to Upper Township employees?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I have to tell you that based on some recent CDC guidelines, they're not recommending that we use them. So I'm talking about the gaiters, you know, that you pull up. So I would think to be on the safe side, you'll have to make sure that we actually have a sufficient amount of masks, whether they're disposable or whatever we come up with, so that we are in compliance going forward with the CDC guidelines. I know that people are anticipating vaccines and everything else, but the reality is I'm not seeing a major change in philosophy, not just this year, but years to come. I mean, that masks are going to be common equipment moving forward. So,
And Mayor, just so you are aware, Scott Morgan has been very diligent in supplying us with masks through OEM, through New Jersey OEM. So we have a good stock in place. I don't anticipate changing that number.
Okay.
Have our people been using the gaiters, Craig?
Yes, sir. They have been.
Have our people been wearing the gator?
Yes.
So,
And I think
Mayor,
we need to
it's
have
your
a general
suggestion that we
policy
shouldn't
to
be
move
using them
off of that.
anymore. Yeah.
I realize that they're very practical, and that's the reason why we went with them originally. And obviously, we had the lifeguards use them as well. But I certainly don't want to put anybody at risk. And so there's documentation that say that we probably should go in a different direction with actual, masks, like the disposable ones or something that are more efficient. There's no way that, I saw a documentary on, the gators, who, by the way, I wore the gators as well. But there's a lot of transmission of droplets and everything that goes through the gators as compared to the actual disposable mask. So I really, would stress that from an OSHA standpoint and a safety standpoint, that we start switching everybody over to the actual masks.
So Craig, with that in mind, is the 500 going to cover you? Or is it going to be covered through OEM?
It could very well be covered. Go ahead, Craig. It could very well be covered through OEM. As Craig stated, we do have, Scott does have ample supply at this time.
Okay.
It could be another department that could cover that cost as well. So if Craig's comfortable, I'm comfortable with it.
Well, I have a
Good.
question. Maybe I'm thinking outside the box here a little bit, but is it our responsibility to provide the mask, or is it the employees' responsibility?
I think it's definitely our responsibility.
It's definitely ours.
They're working for us.
Okay.
I don't know of any employer that I'm aware of that doesn't supply the masks. So.
Conference will now be recorded.
All right. Let's see, safety items. Water rental, we're good there. Electric, 15,000 on a spend of 11,000. I don't know that I'd be too aggressive in trying to change that at this point, because with the current administration, we're anticipating a lot of increases in the price of utilities. So I don't think I would try to trim that much leaner than it is.
Agreed.
Gas heat, same thing. We got a budget of 12,500. I think we can anticipate some increases there, so I'm comfortable with that number right now. Repairs. We got a budget of $20,000 on a prior period spend of 12,000, and prior to that it was 10. You can see that it has been going up every year, and just maybe give us a little bit of enlightenment in terms of what repairs are falling into that bucket, Craig.
Well, some of our equipment is getting older. Some dump trucks are showing their age, and obviously some of the trash and recycle trucks. We did add to that budget for trash and recycling. We did fairly well with that last year. It didn't bite us until just recently, at the end of this year, we had to shell out some money for repairs. Until we can get the fleet freshened up, I think that we don't want to touch that one.
Okay. So this would also encompass, maybe some of your vehicles that are on the street for road repair, and also some of your tractors and yellow iron as well.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Meal tickets were good there. That's flat. Cell phones, we're 4,500 on a prior 2019 of 3,600 and a 2020 of 2,100. I'm going to assume some of that's allocation. Some of that probably may have to do with a reduced use of cell phones with people being on flexible shifts during the COVID crisis. We all comfortable with that number of 45?
Yeah.
Yep.
Uniforms were $15,000 on a prior period of 6,200. Maybe a little background there.
If I'm correct, John, I believe this is for clothing reimbursement.
Okay.
For the employees. This unit we could talk about. With the contract negotiation going on with the union, there is conversation about a uniform in this. We haven't reached that point yet. I don't want to speak for committee on this. I don't know if this is something that could be trimmed moving forward, or if it's something that we need to leave there for upcoming negotiation purposes, I guess.
Okay. Why don't we leave a question mark in here for now, in case we really get down to the point where we're extremely tight and hitting our goal. This might be a place where we might be able to, get a little bit of a pickup.
Yep.
Ed, we have a union meeting, what, Thursday?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. All right, gasoline, I see we got a budget of 40,000 on a prior period of 26. 26 is probably understated because we were, again, probably not putting as many miles on in 2020 on account of the COVID situation. And there is some anticipation of, fuel going up. And as we can see, it's going up almost weekly. I don't know if 40 is the right number. I'd almost think maybe we could make it 35, but if it continues to go up at the rate that it's been going up the past 45 days, I think we can anticipate that 40 could be a reality.
I agree with you, John. I think maintaining that along with relaxation on the COVID, our guys are getting more active out there. So our guys and girls are getting active out there. Increased mileage.
Okay.
And I can tell committee that based on the fuel costs, we used, it doesn't show it in 19 and 20, we used 2,000 gallons less of unleaded gasoline than we did prior to. It's not showing it that way, but when I ran the numbers, we actually used $2,000 less because the trucks were.
Well, the big thing is too, we didn't have any snow removal last year either. Where this year we've already had more snow removal.
That's correct. You are correct.
Yeah.
Our salt goes up, our fuel goes up.
Well, right now at the current price of fuel, 2,000 gallons is worth about 5,300. So that takes that 28, 27 up to about 8,500. So we're probably where we need to be on that number.
Yep.
I agree.
Cold patch. $6,500 seems to be right. Now, parts and equipment, we got a budget of 82,000 on a prior period of 50,000, but keeping in mind we have a flip-flop in mapping expenses last year, the supplies and the parts and equipment. So when you put the two together, it seems to balance out. Tires, we're looking at a budget of 20,000 on a prior period of 5, and we spent 15,000 in 2019. So anticipating that the 2019 expenditures are probably going to be at the point where they're going to roll forward in 2021. 20,000 doesn't seem unreasonable there to me. Wash bay supplies, budget of 4,200. We've got materials of 6,500. Craig, what goes into those materials? Are we looking at things like crushed stone and?
Well, any type of materials we would need, yes. It could be crushed concrete, could be millings, could be just general supplies for the road department in itself.
Okay.
We might need to get pipe replaced, a collapse of a storm drain or something along those lines. It's just that type of item.
All right. Diesel, we're looking at a budget of 70,000. 2019, we were at 51,000. 2020, our actual was 27,000. But again, we were looking at considerably reduced activity out there on the street.
John, just to put a little insight on that one, I know in 2019 we were at 51,000. That was for the actual road department itself. When you folks decided to bring recreation and Barbara and I split buildings and grounds and recreation up, I assume the fuel consumption for recreation, that's why that number went to $70,000.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that came out of the recreation line item. And then Tuckahoe, the fuel for the Tuckahoe Fire Company remains the same. School building reimbursement, we're looking at 1,500. Computer software maintenance, 4,100, which is pretty much in line. Internet expenses, 7,000, which is pretty much flat for the prior 2 periods. Building security, we're at 2,500. Signs, we are at 2,500. And parts inventory, we are at 900. Are we going to be good on signs, do you think, the 2,500?
It's going to depend on a couple of projects, I guess, John, to be honest with you. How we're going to do moving forward with the proposed parking changes to Strathmere, whether this is going to be something that's going to be budgeted into my budget or something we're going to anticipate doing a capital purchase for these changes moving forward. It's all going to hinge on what happens with the parking structure. That would consume a lot of sign work in Strathmere.
And so will actually, our parking is not going to be that much change when I report on that. But also, I think we need to take in mind the street ends too. Our beach entrance was,
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
If you want
Now,
to
would
do a
that come out
regulation,
So you want to be able to change the signs at the end, at all the entrances?
excuse me? Everybody was talking at once.
if we were going to go with additional signs for the beach entrances, would that be under the road department, or would that be mapped more towards buildings and grounds or recreation?
It would be mapped more towards
should be on the buildings and
buildings and grounds or beach protection, something like that. It would not necessarily come out of road.
Okay.
And it will probably be a capital improvement because a sign, I believe, is destined to last more than 5 years or whatever it is.
Correct.
I would hope.
All right. And then following page, our miscellaneous costs, we are budgeting 7,300 on a prior period of 13,000 and a 2019 actual on 10,000. So I think I'm okay with that, because what we've been trying to do is get a little bit more accurate in where some of these expenses are being mapped. And I think we're going to see our miscellaneous expenses begin to be less of a catch-all.
Yeah, John, you're correct on that. The miscellaneous, I documented $9,200 out of that miscellaneous that could have been on a different line. Again, this is something that Mrs. Ludi and I are working on to correct, to get these things back in line. So we're not showing a big miscellaneous number. Again, like I said, this is a conversation that we've already had moving forward.
Okay. So it looks like our total proposal for the road budget is 391,700. Any questions on that? All right, hearing none, let's move on quickly to road maintenance. We've got a proposed road maintenance at 22,500. It's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, that this is pretty much what we spend on going out to our existing roads and filling in cracks and putting the additional tar down where it's needed.
Yes, sir, John, you're correct. And that number seems to hold true. It seems to be a good number for the bounty material that we are able to put down before the weather starts to get bad. It's worked in the last 2 years. I don't see any reason to change it.
Okay.
Can I ask one question about the little housekeeping on it? Why isn't cold patch underneath there?
It just hasn't been. We can slide cold patch over to maintenance of roads if you'd like.
Yeah, I would think that would be more of a function of road maintenance than sitting in the regular
That makes sense.
regular part of the budget.
We can make that adjustment.
All right, moving forward. Our next area of examination is recycling. All together? Okay, I see that we've taken cell phone expense out of recycling. Is it possible that some of that cell phone expense is actually going to end up being billable to the road department? Because it looks like we're a little bit higher in the road department than we need to be, and maybe a little bit lower in cell phones.
There are cell phones for recycling charged to the recycling account, though.
Okay. So we may need to add something there.
It's possible, but it's also possible that it could be absorbed from another line as well.
Okay, so leave that be for now.
I think so.
Okay. Supplies is in line at 1,800. Education at 400. Now, with having a new recycling coordinator, is 400 going to be enough? Will there be some additional education needed, or are we comfortable that 400 is going to get us where we need to be?
Yeah, John, I think so because we also have money in 81 for education, and I believe this will probably be okay moving forward for education for this year.
Okay. Repairs, we're looking at 55,000. We had a budget of 55,000 last year. We ended up spending about 1,500. And I know there's currently some major work underway. Maybe you can kind of give us a little bit of background in that, Craig.
Yes, sir. As you know, the automated trucks are showing their age. We had a repair to truck number 2, which does trash, which is not shown on recycling, obviously. But we did budget a little more money last year, if you recall, for these trucks because they're showing their age. We did not have on just the recycling side. Those repairs were not that significant this year. Have some on the other side. I hesitate to trim that. I really do, only because these things are still with us. Our new one won't be here for probably another 2 weeks to 3 weeks. So we're still going to be stuck with these things for a couple more years before we can upgrade the entire fleet. That's just something I just hesitate to touch. I'd be willing to, not change that at all. I think that needs to stay because of what these trucks are going to cost.
All right, I think it probably would be beneficial at this point with the age of these trucks, if you're not doing it already, to do some sort of downtime tracking to see if we can sort of start looking at, how many days are these trucks have, how many days of the year do these trucks have to be put out of service? That's going to probably give us a better handle on what some of our real costs are, because when you put a truck out of service, of course, you're going to a truck that has a 2 or a 3-man crew as opposed to just a driver. So there definitely are some, unseen costs there when we have downtime when these automated side loaders.
And you are correct, John, that we just had that for the last 2 weeks where I had 2 automated trucks down in for repairs at the same time. One was scheduled after the holidays. That truck went for repairs. Approximately was right around $18,000, $15,000 for repairs. And then a second truck went down that had to go out for emissions repairs. So I was down 2 trucks for almost 2 weeks. So we had every rear loader we had out crewed up, and you are correct with your assumption.
Have you received a bill for the emission repairs yet?
Not totally, no.
Okay, so you've already that 55. You've already spent 18,000 plus, and with more anticipated. And I would imagine with
the 18 or 15 or 16,000 we encumbered at the end of last year for that repair.
Okay.
So that came out of last year's budget, so we were okay with that one. But I hesitate to jostle that number a whole lot, just knowing how these trucks are and what it's constantly, it's something. So I just hesitate to touch that.
Okay, I'm good. 3,000 for uniforms. Gasoline, 7,000. Parts and equipment, 34,000 on a prior period of 26. And a 2019 spend of 34. Anything anticipated there, Craig, in the parts and equipment?
I think we'll be okay with those numbers. Just based on what again last year. is that number because of COVID? No, I can't say that because those trucks ran 24. We ran them 7 days a week, 5 days a week throughout the time period, regardless of if the guys were off or not. The truck still ran because we still had to do trash and recycle. So I don't see a big change with that.
Gotcha. All right, fuel, we're looking at 15,000. Computer software upgrades or maintenance, we're looking at 4,200. Miscellaneous spend, 2,100. For a total budget of 130,000. Any questions from committee? Okay, if not, we'll move on to trash. I think trash we're finding is fairly similar. I mean, supplies and equipment, 8,000, 60,000 for repairs, 2,000 uniforms, 25,000 for parts, 18,000 for tires. Let's just back up 1 second. Recycling tires. Okay, 6,500. We're looking at 24,000 in both lines for tires. Do we have enough in there?
Yeah, John, I believe we do. And the reason why I say that is because if you were to go back and look at 81, we got 20,000 for tires and spent 4,600.
Okay.
Here's the problem with the tires. We have a contract with tire company to recap tires and provide tires.
Mhm.
As the bill comes in, it's not allocated to any particular truck because many of our trucks, most of our trucks, especially the big ones, all use the same size rear tire. Tires replaced, it's put back on its rim, it's put back in stock until it's needed on another truck. As the bill comes in, I believe, Barbara, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's just a matter of basically taking that bill, dividing it by 3, and spreading it out between trash, recycling, and 81. And it's just a matter of money's there. It's just, again, spreading it even. The trash and recycle trucks do use more tires than the road department trucks. Yes. Again, it's just a matter of placement of the.
Yeah, and your recycle trucks are going into a transfer station as opposed to up on the landfill like the trash trucks. So you're probably getting more flats than trash trucks. All right, fuel looks good at 12,000. Computer software 6,500. 2,300 on miscellaneous, which kind of ties to what you have in recycle. Total budget of 133,800. Questions here?
Looks good, John.
Okay. Moving on, the tipping fees. Tipping fees is basically just a factor of our average tonnage multiplied by the landfill fee, and based on the increases at the landfill, our tipping fees for 2021 look like they're going to be about 540,000. All right. Buildings and grounds. All right, telephone looks flat, 22,000, prior period 21,592. Internet looks flat, 9,500. Postage. I remember having this conversation before, and I can't remember the answer. What
That is-
comprises?
That is
Uh,
postage for any of the departments. Township Hall has the main postage meter, so anything that needs to get mailed would come to Township Hall to be mailed. So postage we're charging to a buildings and grounds line.
Okay, that's just where it's always been.
Yes.
Okay. Building supplies, budget of 18,000 on a prior period of 18,400. I guess that includes like any paper supplies or anything for the buildings and
It does, yes,
hand sanitizers, so on and so forth.
correct.
Are we comfortable with 18?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eyeglasses, 1,800. Water, 500. Electric bill, we're looking at 28,000 on a prior period of 26,000 and the prior year of 31. Is some of that tied into the electric co-op that we're in, Barb, some of that reduction?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And we're on board with them for another year, right?
Yes, through September of next year.
Okay. Gas heat, 7,000. I question if that maybe that number we ought to be looking at 10.
Yeah, I might agree with that, John. I think, we didn't have all the buildings up and open and running for a good part of last year, and we're pretty close to 7 already.
I'm anticipating some increases. That's
It was a mild winter last year and it seems to be colder and it's going to get colder before this next couple of weeks are out. So
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to go in the wrong direction here, but
That's better than being cautious.
I agree.
I'd like to avoid a budget blow if we can.
Right.
Okay, lab testing, that's for our well water, 1,500. Maintenance agreements, that's contractual, we're at 15,000. Pest control, we are at 3,800 on a prior period of 3,500. That includes our weed and insect control at the dog park and the park in Strathmere. Cleaning, 10,500 on prior of 9,200. I'm comfortable with that. Building repairs, 20,000. Clothing allowance, we're at 54. Gasoline, we're at 500. Maintenance of historic buildings, 3,000. Does anybody see anything coming up with our historic buildings? It could be an unanticipated expense, or be comfortable with that 3.
Hey, John.
Yes.
I've been talking with Mike, and we may be looking at some of the repairs at the train station. We've just gotten a recent quote, and I'm looking at trying to make an application and get the package together to submit to the county. So we may need that as a matching grant to get some repairs done on the train station building.
What's the match that you need, Paul?
It depends on what we classify, what's classified. I think because of the classification of our building, it's a smaller match. But that's why I have to look at the funding, because the county just changed some of their funding parameters. So I haven't had a chance to really get online and drill into what that county grant application is based on the quote that Mike just got.
What's the quote Mike got? So how much?
Hang on, I'll continue on and I'll find it on my computer and I'll get right back to you.
Worst case, we'll need 50%, right?
They have different matches depending on the type of building it is. Like if it's a historic structure, or, if it's classified, which that's a classified building, that's where I don't think the match is as high because it's a state and national listed historic structure.
So maybe we just table that, and when we get those numbers from Paul, we'll come back and look at it.
Yeah, I'll look them up right now and I'll chime back in when we get there.
Paul, that
Okay.
includes the Gandy. Paul, that includes the Gandy House also, right?
Based on the quote that you got me, yes.
Okay.
So we got two buildings now.
We
Is
actually
that
have
right, Mike? We have two
the-
buildings?
we have
Any
the
other
Friends-
projects?
Yes,
We
We have
got
the
had
Friends
the
School too.
but we had the train station roof on the quote that Paul has, and we also have the Gandy House main building on the quote. The schoolhouse, there's only one building at the Friendship School, and that's a minor outhouse that's not going to encumber a lot of money.
Okay.
All right, senior center expenses, 10,000. Have we been having any problems there? I know years past, we had some heating issues and cooling issues. Is all that kind of resolved?
There was a recent issue with the septic, but I think it was minor, right, Craig?
Yeah, we got that corrected today. Somebody put a large amount of toilet paper down in the pipe. We had that corrected with an outside contractor today. We could not get through it, so that has been corrected, yes.
Okay. And they're
Building
not up
security,
and running, so.
1,000 for building security. Landscaping material, 5,000. Easy Pass expense, 200. Cell phones, 200. Our time clock expenses, now just keeping in mind that this is partially the software expense to run the time clocks. That's 6,500. Township hall expenses, 13,000. See, we're looking at 15,000 spend on Amanda's Field, 15,000 on Caldwell Park, 3,000 for irrigation supplies, 3,500 on field maintenance.
35,000.
Excuse me, 35,000. Yes, that extra zero means a lot.
I wish it was 3,500.
Yeah, you and I both.
I thought his eyesight was bad.
It is, but I picked that one up with my right eye.
You're not kidding.
5,000 on playground supplies, fence repairs 1,000, and miscellaneous expenses 6,000 for a total anticipated budget of 286,000 on a prior period spend of 275. Questions?
I got those numbers now, if you're ready to.
Yeah.
And I hadn't brought them up. They're gonna have to be for a bond, our next bond discussion. The quote the initial quote we have for the train station is gonna be about 38,500, and it's a 40% match. And the Gandy House is 28,000 with a 40% match. So that's most likely gonna be a project that we're put in as a request in our next bond.
What's the scope of the work, Paul?
Essentially, they're roof replacements, replacing the cedar shake roof. Tearing the old roof off and putting the new roof on. The train station, I think, was done in '98.
Are they leaking?
Was that?
Are they leaking? Are they
Yeah,
leaking?
I don't know the current. I know Mike and Craig would have to chime in on that one.
The train station is not leaking as of now, but there is a lot of damage that was done to the shingles over these past years. The Gandy House main building roof does have leaks and holes in it. That's been something that has been put aside, and it's going to have to be done before the whole roof and takes down the inside of the building. The Gandy House to me would be the priority over the train station at this time, but they're both going to need to be done.
Okay.
They both need to be done.
Are there gonna be total re-roofs, Mike?
Yes, Craig and I met with the contractor and went and looked at both of those buildings. Well, actually, we looked at the train station, and then I can't remember. I think we might have went inside the Gandy House and looked up, and you can see daylight through the Gandy House in spots.
All right, so these are definitely gonna be capital projects then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't need to look at them in the budget.
Nope. All right. Sports and recreation. We're 1,600 for telephone. For education, we are 5,000. And I guess part of that education involves somebody going for their pesticide license.
Mhm.
Is that where
That's
that's?
correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Craig, that will be charged.
Us up on.
Craig, that will be charged to sports and recreation? The pesticide, yeah, I guess it would, okay.
Well, I put the number in, Barb, for education. It could go to
No,
buildings and grounds. It can go however place it. I
Yep.
just wanted to make sure we had the money to get the approvals. As we all know, what we're trying to do is eliminate True Green and Avalon weed control by educating our own employees. So we started the process. The guys took the courses. Then COVID hit. They weren't able to sit and take the exam. So we really didn't get a whole lot further on this than what we anticipated.
It should probably be moved to buildings and grounds, but that's okay. The number's there.
Okay.
That's fine. You're pretty good at taking my money.
Got 1,000 to maintain the dog park. Let's see, we don't have that anymore. We've got 4,000 to maintain the hockey rink. Now, understanding, if I'm not mistaken, that we're going to have to do some major repairs to the hockey rink.
So Paul and I had a conversation today. We have some leftover from the paving project. We're going to see if we can get the contractor to pave it under the overage from that. So we just had that conversation today. So there's estimates and things that still have to happen.
And that'll be on the bond.
Mhm.
With that being said, will we still need the 4,000 in this line item for maintenance this year, especially if we're going to be able to get it resurfaced?
Yes.
I don't want to take it out until we have that answer, though.
John, even if we resurface it, you're gonna have to paint it. So it'll need a whole coat of fresh paint and surface
Okay.
paint. So, yeah, I don't know what that final number is, but I know they're gonna need to reline that whole rink, and they put a surface over, they put a paint over the entire surface, and then they put lines on it. So it's not an
inexpensive proposition.
correct. So that could be a number you probably want to keep in there.
Okay. Let's see. Dropping down to football, we got 4,300 in there. Let's see. Got 850 budgeted for wrestling, 815 for first aid supplies, 3,000 for field paint. Oh, wait a minute, excuse me, I'm a line down here. We got 3,000 for coaches certification. We got 4,500 for field paint. We got 300 for the boat ramp. 3,300 for soccer. 18,500 for our portable toilets.
That's something, John, I'd like to talk about if you don't mind.
I don't mind a bit.
All right. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because we spend a lot of money on these portable toilets. In my opinion, and Mike and I have had conversations about this, and we wanted to talk with Committeewoman Hayes about moving forward with some of these sports. We have bathrooms in place. There's no reason why we can't use them and clean them and cut these costs on these portable toilets. I understand, let's just say the Manus Field, Tyler Davis, they're quite a ways from, a restroom facility. Maybe they need porta pots down there. But also over on Old Tuckahoe Road is a seasonal type rental. It doesn't have to be there year round. It needs to be there for a few months. Caldwell has facilities. In my opinion, could handle the entire park. I think personally, we could use our facilities and clean them and maintain them and not have this expense for these portable toilets. But that's just my opinion.
No, I kind of agree with you there. I mean, I look at Caldwell Park to an extent. I mean, I see portable toilets over there, and in the part of the season where we're not getting a lot of use in the park, maybe we just need to kind of rethink what our scheme is for the set out of these things.
My only question, Craig, would be about accessibility to our facilities, because I know that a lot of times if, one of the organizations that has a key to the facility, it's not accessible to the general public. So if you have, families that are at the playground, they're not going to be able to use the facilities because there's nobody else there. So it's definitely something we should explore and at least look and see if we can cut back on them. There's room for savings there for sure, but we need to talk about,
But we also-
how comfortable is everybody just leaving those facilities open all the time?
Right, and these are all ticket items that we are going to sit down and talk about moving forward because, like I said, I have ideas to correct this or help the situation, and we've had numerous conversations. We have not just had the luxury to sit down with you and review this and let you see our plan moving forward. But I think this is an item that we could save some money on. In my personal opinion.
So let's talk about it this week. I know we plan to meet this week, so let's talk about that, bring some numbers and what you think we could do. And then John, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you with.
Sounds perfect. Rudy, we're looking at another expense this year for $6,000 for our field consultant. I know that we used a consultant last year, and I, from what I can see, the results seem to be fairly worthwhile in the condition of our fields.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, definitely.
John, and the luxury we had this year with the fields also with COVID, the fortunate part with COVID, I want to use that term lightly, is the fields weren't used. And the fields got the much needed rest to get recovery, so those guys could get those fields back to where they needed to be. That was the one benefit I have to say of COVID, was cutting down on the field use and giving them the rest they needed.
Yeah, because they, for the most part, from what I can see, they look very good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The fields look awesome.
Yeah, they really do. Everybody's doing a great job with that.
We've got 5,000 budget for miscellaneous expenses, and we know how that can come up. We've got 5,000 budgeted for mulch. Let's see here, supplies and equipment. We've got 3,200. 300 for eyeglasses, and that gives us a total budget of $68,365 on a prior period of $69,000. So we're as tight as we can be there. questions on buildings and grounds? All right, moving on to shore protection. Paul, you want to speak about this a little bit?
Sure. I mean, the biggest part in there now at this point is the Stockton surveys. That's based on the price quote for the monitoring for the seasonal surveys that he's been doing for numerous years. Actually, we have on the regular agenda the update, the most recent survey update. And then I think you brought up in your kind of the beginning part about moving some of that, the beach maintenance, the beach access mats and the dune fence out of the budget line into a bond capital item.
Yep. And I think we've got some money left in there we do that with, right?
Yes,
correct.
We had some good discussions with the state up at the Bureau of Coastal Engineering, and looking like our share of the beach fill that was done back in the fall of 2019 is going to be a bit less than what we had thought, and well under what we have remaining in the 2 beach bonds that we've had established.
Okay. I look at this beach survey and I wonder if this was something we pushed out to every other year as opposed to every year. Or do we feel that this is a necessary recurring expense every year?
I think the history has shown that, I think we looked at taking it away for a little while, and that's kind of when, if you remember back in 2009, that erosion on the north end kind of really snuck up on us, and it just got bad, a lot worse. The having this monitoring and Dr. Farrell being able to look at it every quarter and be able to give us a report just is able to catch and look at things, so that even though we are in the Army Corps process, when you look at, I was talking to Bureau of Coastal Engineering, when they're looking at their funding, like for not necessarily this year, but next fiscal year, they get I think $25 million from their budget. That's what the allocation is, and they've got $50 million worth of projects, and that $50 million is the match that they use to match the Army Corps projects. Well, if they don't have the match for a project one year, then those are things that they can't do the monitoring and those things. So I think it's important for us to keep that monitoring in place so that we can, just keep an eye on the beach.
I mean, we have used it to our advantage in the past because it supplied us with the data we needed when it came to emergency beach replenishment after some significant storms, after Sandy, after some of the nor'easters that hit. By having that survey done quarterly, we really have good data to support what kind of sand that we've lost. Hopefully we won't lose any, but it's almost like an insurance policy, because I think the fact that we had these surveys in the past have helped facilitate getting the beach replenishment and the funding that goes along with it, because we had the data to support what we were asking for.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rich. I think it gives us we have more of a proactive approach to looking at our beaches as opposed to some of our neighbors. So it keeps us ahead of the curve, and we're ready when we need it. So, like you said, insurance policy.
All right.
Okay. Well, let's see. We've got about 20 minutes left. Can we get the beach patrol? Curtis, Bill, what do you say?
I'm here, guys.
All right. Okay, 600 to move the shed on and off the beach. 500 for our phone bill. 2,100 for internet. 500 for electric. 600 for water, drinking water combined. 800 for our lifeguard supplies. 700 for skin protection. $200 for membership fees in the Lifeguard Association, $400 for annual maintenance on the beach vehicles, $400 for truck maintenance, $400 for personal watercraft maintenance, $200 for background checks, $1,000 for CPR annual education updates, $4,800 for radios and chargers.
And that's replacing we have a lot of old equipment that has to replace them to
One thing I would say
Scott.
about that is we discussed it and with Scott Morgan, like that number could change. We just don't know at this point exactly what that number is, but that's like the cautious number that we're putting in.
That's the closest budget number that we came up with after a quote from Motorola for certain new equipment. We might be able to encumber some of it through the OEM communications budget as well, which I did discuss with Bill. But that number is a good number as far as costs for 2021 relative to brand new equipment that is needed, like Committeeman Corson just said.
Okay, we've got a paddle board to replace at $2,300.
That's 2 paddle boards.
Okay. We've got hardware supplies for repairs and maintenance of $1,200. We got $500 for repairs to stands, $7,800 for uniforms, $1,000 for fuel, $600 for used or expired first aid supplies. Why did I think I saw? No, that was another budget. Okay. $2,000 for COVID expense. So that would encompass, our masks and things that we need for social.
I was assuming we were going to get gators again, but hearing the mayor speak of that, we may have to look into something else if necessary. But I think the gators, I just actually bought an athletic mask, and I think I spent like $15 for it. The gators are about that, weren't they? About $15 each.
Yeah, just about, Bill. Yep.
So I think the numbers.
I would agree they're really practical in the lifeguard sense because they dry quickly, but I still don't think we can. We may be able to use them if you're on a run, because obviously it would put some protection to the lifeguards as they go out and try and rescue somebody. But I think as they're on the stand, probably masks, at least for the time being, are going to be required, especially if you're talking with someone. Or in your case, you have side-by-side partners. So, and they change.
All last year, just so everybody's aware, we never let them sit up next to each other. Right. We had one up and one down throughout the entire.
Mayor, and I apologize, at the very beginning of the meeting, I was having problems when you started to ask the questions about inventory. I was having problems with my phone, but I can address that. We do have a sizable quantity of the surgical masks, which are those blue masks that you often see. And we do have quantities of the KN95 and also N95, which normally I keep those aside for EMS division in case for some reason I can't get the quantities from the county OEM, which they've been very good, providing us inventory periodically as needed by EMS. So I do have a substantial supply here if needed by any of our employees.
Okay. So Bill, I have one question. Last year, as you recall, we had that crazy storm that went by and we had a number of the stands that were damaged. I think we turned it into insurance. Did we get those repaired?
They're being repaired.
What, new ones?
Yeah, they're all being repaired, and they're being repaired from the funding from the insurance claim.
Okay.
They're not quite done yet, but the company that's doing it, I can rush them, but they think that we don't need them until the summer, which is true.
No, I guess I just wanted to make sure that because we only have 500 budgeted, that the repairs based on what happened from the storm damage are covered in the insurance versus needing it to go forward.
Yeah, usually, generally speaking, because of the way the stands are constructed, we don't have to, the first couple of years, we don't have to do a lot of repairs on them. And we're going to have half of our stands are going to be brand new as a result of that insurance claim. So we should have less repairs to do this year than we did last year.
Okay.
All right, and the final item is fire inspection. So that brings us to a total budget of $28,690 for operating expenses. Curtis, Bill, did you want to comment on any alterations to the salary expense resulting from reduced hours, or have we come to a figure for that yet?
Well, I put a proposal together for Committee Corson to look at.
Yes, I looked at it.
So yeah, my original proposal was, either 8 or 9 stands, but then Committee Corson asked me to look into the possibility of changing our hours. So do you have that in front of you, Kurt, or I have it too?
I do not have it in front of me. It's on my phone. I didn't print. But what we were doing, we were putting our hours in line with our neighboring communities. We're till 5:30. So, and then we still wanted to run the rapid response team for 2 hours afterwards.
Okay.
So basically, that cuts a half hour off a day. And I believe the savings for the 8 stands, Bill, that was approximately $18,000, if I remember correctly, right?
I'm pulling it up right now, but yeah, so it's about that. Let me see. So without the time change, just the difference between 8 stands and 9 stands is $328,126 for 9 stands, $305,575 for 8 stands. Now, everyone should know that if we move to 8, well, not move to 8 stands, if we remain at 8 stands, we had a gap last year, and I thought that the gap could be covered if we were going to go back to 9 stands this year, and we're not, or at least at this point we're not. So
we're going to stay at 8.
We have to move stands if we're going, because we have too large of a gap between Prescott and 1400. So I do have images of that, which I could send to everybody, or if I don't think I can share my screen, but I could put them on screen. But the location.
That's, you and I will have that conversation later, Bill. Right now, we're worried about the budget. We're going to remain at 8 stands we had last year.
Okay, and then, well, then the difference of the times, pull it up. All right, so if we change the time of beach coverage, which would be from 10 to 5:30, or 10 to 5 on the weekdays, and 10 to 5:30 on weekends, would be 8 stands at $297, $209, and again, 9 stands would be $311, but.
So 297, so it's about $8,000 reduction?
Yeah, 8,000.
All right, Barbara, you have that in your notes?
I sent those to Barb and Kirk.
Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. I do have those. So we're going with the 8 stands, the 297 figure.
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody good with that?
Yep.
Okay. Well, it looks like we're getting down to the 10-minute mark before the meeting starts. If anybody needs a break, now probably would be an appropriate time.
Yeah, I think what we'll do, John, is let's close the budget workshop. A motion to close the budget workshop, and then that'll give us about 10 minutes to take a break before we start the regular meeting. So if you don't mind passing it back to me, I'll make a motion that we adjourn the workshop. Would you call the roll, Barbara, please?
Sorry about that. Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo,
Yes.
motion is carried. All in
All
favor.
right, so we'll take a 10-minute break. Paul, this will stay open, right? So all you really need to do is just put your thing on mute and take a break.
And probably kill the recorder for a few minutes.
This conference will now be recorded.
You're all set, Mayor.
Okay, compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law. I wish to state that on February the 5th, 2021, the notice of this meeting of the Upper Township Committee was posted on the official Township Bulletin Board, the Upper Township website, and the Town Hall foyer, mailed to the Cape May County Gazette, the Atlantic City Press, the Ocean City Sentinel-Ledger, the Herald Times, and filed with the Township Clerk. Tonight's meeting is being audio recorded up until the closed session portion of this meeting and will be available on the Upper Township website. I hereby direct that this announcement be made a part of the minutes of this meeting. Barbara Young, if you see her, she has a flag. You can't barely see it, but I would ask all to rise for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One
one nation,
under God.
God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Barbara, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Barr,
Here.
Mr. Coggins,
Here.
Mr. Corson,
Here.
Ms. Hayes,
Here.
Mayor Palumbo.
Here.
All members are present.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes from January the 25th, 2021, both regular and closed session meetings?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any corrections, deletions, omissions that anyone's aware of?
No.
All right. Hearing none. Barbara, would you call the roll?
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo,
Yes.
motion is carried. All in favor.
Okay. So let's go through, if anybody has anything to report for us. Scott, do you have anything for us? Can
Yes.
Hold on a second. For those that are on a phone, can you please mute it? The background is very difficult to hear some of the folks speaking, if you wouldn't. Or Paul, can you mute them, please?
Trying to find them.
Well, you got
Caller number 6 is one, caller number 5. There's one that says NA.
Yeah, those weren't the ones. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Scott, do you have anything for us this evening?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor. Just two things this evening, and I'll start out with the Cape May County Health Department report. I just want to remind everybody, as I did 2 weeks ago, that the website for the Cape May County Health Department relative to vaccines distribution for Cape May County and elsewhere is capemaycountynj.gov. That's the latest information that you can receive regarding where to go, websites, phone numbers, so that you can develop the latest information on vaccination. That too, you can also go to our Upper Township website, and we do have links to that same information under our COVID tab at the top of the website page. Couple milestones today. The New Jersey Department of Health reports, this is not one of them, but further down, 15,983 doses of vaccine have been administered in Cape May County. when combining the vaccine doses given out by the Cape May County Health Department and other entities. The total number of doses includes a combination of first and second doses. The major milestone in the COVID vaccination process took place today. New Jersey announced that over 1 million residents have been vaccinated. A total of 1,069,968 vaccine doses have been administered to this point. Today, as far as our report for COVID positives since the beginning of the pandemic in Cape May County, we've had 6,238 with 169 fatalities regarding COVID-19 in Cape May County. And that concludes my report for Cape May County Health Department. I do have one request. On an annual basis over the past several years, we've been working with the Upper Township Business Association and also the Ocean City Upper Township Sentinel Ledger, where we produce collectively a municipal guide for that basically encompasses all the villages of Upper Township. And I'm looking for the approval of committee to once again allow us to move forward and utilize this guide, which each one of our departments takes an active part in basically educating through the guide what we do on a daily basis to assist our residents of Upper Township. That's one of the things. Historically, again, we provide a lot of information on the different areas of Upper Township. It's just collectively, like I said, it's kind of a portal to a lot of valuable information. And it's a tangible guide that you can put, on a nightstand or next to your phone for information such as public works, the recycling information and how to connect to a lot of different areas of further information for the community. So again, I look to the committee for approval to move forward with this community guide.
Is this the same guide that we can also do with the business association, Scott?
I just looked at my stuff and wait, am I muted?
Scott?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, yeah, that it is the same. It is the same guide that we've done, and we've worked with the business association. Correct.
All right, good. Need a motion or anything, Dan?
Yeah, please. Yep.
Yes.
Motion to let Scott go forward with the guide.
Second.
Any further discussion? Call roll, Barbara.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. In favor.
Have this evening, Mayor.
So Scott, one question. Is there any thought given to potentially having that information available online as well? Like digital?
We do have a link that once it's produced, I think in the last couple years, and Paul can correct me if I'm wrong, but I know they do provide a digital link of the finished product, and we have attached that to our website as well.
Okay. All right, good to hear. Barbara Young, do you have anything for us this evening?
Nothing at this time, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Daniel Young.
Again, nothing at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Paul, do you have anything for us?
I'm going to keep it rolling, Mayor. Nothing this evening. Thank you.
It's a beautiful thing. Barbara Ludi.
And one more, nothing to report this evening, sir.
All right. I guess the hour and a half of the budget workshop slowed us down a little bit. So we'll move on. Let's see. Committeeman Coggins, do you have anything for us this evening?
Nothing this evening.
Okay. And thank you for hosting and doing a good job moderating the workshop tonight. Let's see, Deputy Mayor Barr.
Well, it looks like we have a new addition to our fleet, and possibly coming to a neighborhood near you will be our new leaf truck, new leaf vac truck. So, Craig, that being said, could you give us a little background on it?
Yes, sir, Ed. We have acquired a new leaf truck, was put in the capital bond. It is delivered, it is ready to go, it's tagged, and we have been trying it out in different locations, shaking it down, making sure everything's good to go. The whole premise behind this is it's the same thing, same equipment as what we're using currently right now. What we'll eliminate is the second person on the code on their current machines to stuff the leaves. It's an automated truck that will do, it's a self-contained one-person operation. It's a wave of the future. It can also be used to clean stone. Also curb lines, assisted with the street sweeper. So it's not just a leaf machine, it does have a lot of other things that will be beneficial for us in maintaining our roadways.
All right, thanks, Craig. Paul, anything as far as our road project? I guess it's suspended right now.
Yeah, we're actually done probably, I'll say 95% of all the roads. There's one street they still have to work on is the Iroquois Trail out in Steelmantown. And then obviously I've gotten some calls and, we're going around, doing some punch list work on some of the project, the streets, making sure everything is finalized. But yeah, they are done the majority of the work, and you are correct. The asphalt plants have essentially shut down, and they'll, we'll be able to start doing some corrective work in Iroquois Trail come March 1.
All right, Paul, thanks. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, Committeewoman Hayes.
Thanks, Rich. I have just a couple things. We've been working pretty diligently to try and increase access to the community center. So I just want to take a minute to recognize the efforts of our volunteer organizations. They've really have just been amazing with the plans that they're coming up with to make sure everything occurs safely. They've had to make some tough decisions and some unpopular decisions, and I sympathize with them for that. But, they're providing a chance for some of our youth to return to some sense of normalcy. I also want to thank our Public Works Department because, their increased efforts with cleaning and sanitation, and, it wouldn't be able to happen without them. So we all know that, COVID has had a pretty negative impact on our whole community, but specifically our youth as far as their physical and mental health. So I had a really unique opportunity last week. I had some time to meet with Mary Lyons and her service dog, Ezekiel. Mary is a member of our rescue squad, and Ezekiel is a sworn associate member of our rescue squad. He is a trained therapy dog. They use him for crisis response. If you want to get some more background about Ezekiel and all his many accolades, we put a little blurb on our Facebook page today, and he also has his own Facebook page, so you can go and follow him and check him out. But in talking with Mary, she has been kind enough to donate some of her time to start attending some of our outdoor spring sports and whatever, future community events we're able to have, and bring Zeke with her to provide some therapy time for anyone in the community who feels like they would benefit from it. He's really amazing. If he's a 7-year-old boxer, and the really cool thing about Zeke is he's deaf, and all of his commands are done through American Sign Language. So it's actually pretty spectacular to watch. So we'll start having some schedules come out. We'll know which games he's going to be at when we start with our spring sports, and then hopefully if we can start to roll through some outdoor, hoping that all the restrictions start to get lifted, we can start to roll through with some outdoor community events. Under that same idea, the Upper Township and Ocean City Municipal Alliance is going to be providing a youth mental health first aid class. Basically, that's for any adult who, really is involved with youth, who volunteers, teaches. It teaches you how to recognize signs of crisis, kids dealing with mental illness, also kids dealing with substance abuse. It'll teach you how to recognize, respond, and understand what they're going through. So I would encourage any of our volunteers that are interested in that to reach out to Larry Cole, who is our MAC coordinator. You can email him at lcole@uppertownship.com, and he can get you hooked up with how to sign up for that and register. It's all remote. It's all completely done online. And I think that's all I have.
Great, thank you. Committeeman Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a rabies clinic Saturday, February 13th at the Shore Veterinary Clinic. 1 to 3. So if you haven't had your dog licensed or rabies shotted yet, that would be a good opportune time. Also, February 12th, 13th, and 14th, the Upper Township Rescue Squad will be selling roses at their facility on Old Tuckahoe Road. And that's all I have at this time.
Okay. And Barbara Young, I'm just going to remind everyone that Monday, February 15th is President's Day, so it'll be a holiday. Our municipal hall will be closed, and staff will be off, so everyone should be aware of that. And I guess my question is are we going to be picking up trash that day? What's the plans for that Monday? Craig?
Hey, Rich, no, we will not be collecting on Monday. We will collect Strathmere and Tuesday's route on Tuesday.
Okay, so those of you that are on the phone, or I'm sorry, on the call today from Strathmere, trash will be picked up on Tuesday, February 16th for this week because due to the holiday. And I just again want to reassure everyone that although it's been a little crazy with getting appointments and scheduling appointments for the vaccines, from what I'm reading, there will be a significant amount of vaccines that will become available once the Johnson & Johnson single dose vaccine becomes available. So I'm sure it at times is irritable and frustrating. I've tried to do it for my parents. Finally got them, situated. But I do think you'll see more of an opportunity, and there'll be an opening where there'll be a substantial amount of pharmacies that will also be giving the COVID vaccine very shortly. I know CVS and Walgreens are slated. I know ShopRite's already doing it. It will be expanded probably to a lot of other pharmacies, including independents. I talked to John at Village. He sounds like he's very interested in doing it as well. So once we get to that point, I think some of the backlog and hopefully some of the frustration in trying to get set up will become a little better, because it's not unique to Cape May County. It's not unique to our community. It's not unique to the state. It's pretty much across the United States. It's been very difficult. So where everyone that's in the medical field is hoping that things get better as we move forward. So just as frustrating as it may be, please be patient, and it'll probably get to that point. It's not very shortly. So that's all I have. Barbara, I'd like to move on to the resolutions, if you would.
Certainly. Item number 1, congratulating employee Patty Smythe of the Upper Township Tax Office for her winning entry in the Upper Township Safety Award Program for the first quarter of 2021.
Move the resolution?
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins? Mr. Coggins, you're muted.
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried. Item number 2, declaring the gypsy moth a public nuisance and public hearing.
Move the resolution?
Second.
Mr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins?
Yes.
Mr. Corson?
Yes.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Mayor,
Motion is carried.
Yes.
I think we, considering this is also a public hearing, we should probably open it to the public on this specific issue and take any public comment on the gypsy moth control program for this year.
Specific only to the gypsy moth question. Does anyone out there want to comment on our public enemy number one, the gypsy moth at this point? I would ask that you unmute your line and state your name and your address.
And Paul, perhaps you can give an outline of the area.
Yeah, hang on, I got a, MB, I have to mute your line. I have to, as part of a public comment, I have to unmute everybody, but then people are talking to background. So I just would ask MB to please mute your microphone, please. The Gypsy Moth program, this year, it's a very small program. We only have 50 acres, and it's kind of centrally located along Jonathan Landing from Perry Road over to Amanda's Field. It's pretty light in that area already, but the state, when they did their survey, it did meet the minimum basic criteria for spraying, and they wanted to take advantage and kind of suppress it before it had a chance to grow and extend over the upcoming years. So the spraying is done in early May, and the people in that affected area will be notified by mail as we get closer to that time frame.
So again, I'll ask, does anyone have any questions pertaining specifically to gypsy moth spraying? And Dan, I'll wait for guidance to make sure that I've waited long enough for someone to respond to that request.
The only request I would have is the person that was muted before should be unmuted and just ask again.
Okay, I just opened the lines up again. Now we're getting some feedback from Strathmere. Hang on. Find them. Oh, they muted themselves. Yep, everybody's unmuted.
Okay, you can move forward, Mayor.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing portion with respect to gypsy moth spraying and entertain a motion to accept the resolution.
Move the resolution?
Second.
Okay, let's call the roll.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Item number 3, authorizing the mayor and township clerk to sign and submit a safety contract for participation in the Atlantic County Municipal Joint Insurance Fund 2021 Safety Incentive Program.
Move the resolution?
Second.
All right, have a first and a second. Let's call the roll.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Item number 4, authorizing Chief Financial Officer to sign a spending account administration form with Tryon Group of Marcia McLennan Agency, TA Market Link for a qualified transportation reimbursement account.
Motion to authorize.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Yep.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
I
Mayor
see you.
Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Item number 5, urging the State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, Division of Parks and Forestry to implement the necessary safety measures for enforcement of local and state regulations within the Corson's Inlet State Park in Upper Township.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Item number 6, authorizing the execution of an NJDP TWA1 application statement of consent form regarding 430 US Route 9 South, Marmora, Block 600, Lot 43.
Move the resolution?
Second.
And Paul, this is just to say that the township agrees that everything's in place for the application, right? They've met all the criteria?
That is correct. It's just a
It
standard
essentially says
review
it does, their application doesn't violate any township ordinances.
ordinance.
Okay. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Barr?
Paul, would you call the roll?
Mr.
Yes.
Barr, Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Item number 7, authorizing the purchase of certain items in the amount of $150,348 from the 2020 Capital Improvement Bond Ordinance.
Motion to authorize.
Second.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Item number 8, separation from service.
Before we do this item, sorry to interrupt, Barbara. Before we do this item, I'd like to table it until after closed session and revisit it when we come back into open session. Can I have a motion to do that?
Make a motion to table this for discussion at advice of council in the executive session of the meeting.
Second.
And that will indicate that it's tabled till the end of the meeting when we come out of it, closed session.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Table this resolution until after closed session. Item number 9, public hearing and final adoption of ordinance number 2, 2021, an ordinance authorizing sale of lands to wit for block 322, lot 40.
Okay, before I open it up to the public, Paul, do you want to give us a little summary of this, or Dan, or whoever? And so in case someone from the public wants to comment.
This is a pretty straightforward sale of land ordinance. It will be auctioned off to the adjacent property owners. One of the conditions of the ordinance is that it has to be incorporated into the adjacent property, and it can't be further subdivided so that it's not used for a building lot. We did establish the minimum value through an appraisal.
Okay. If there's no other comment from the governing body, at this time I'll open it up to the public. If anyone would like to address ordinance number, let's see, 221, sale of land, block 322, lot 40. I would ask that you would unmute your line, state your name, your address.
Robert, you need to mute your line, please, on your side. That's where we're getting the feedback, Robert. You need to mute your mic, please. Go ahead, Mayor.
Okay, does anyone want to address the township committee during this public hearing? Everybody able to unmute if they want to, Paul?
Yes.
Dan?
I'm fine if they've been unmuted and no one's indicated they want to speak on the ordinance. It's okay to proceed.
Okay, so let the record reflect that there was no public comment. I'll close the public hearing portion of this ordinance hearing and entertain a motion for adoption.
Make a motion to adopt ordinance number 02-2021.
Second.
Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes, you're muted.
Yes, I was muted. Sorry, yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried with all in favor. Item number 10, introduction and first reading of ordinance number 3, 2021, an ordinance amending the second and third subsections of section 3C of bond ordinance numbered 010-2020 of the Township of Upper in the County of Cape May, New Jersey, finally adopted November 9th, 2020, in order to amend the appropriations and authorizations of the projects and the average useful life. And if we move forward here, we would like to have the public hearing on March 8th, 2021.
I'd like to make a motion to introduce ordinance number 3-2021 with a public hearing on March 8th, 2021.
Second.
Okay. Let's call the roll.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried with all in favor. Item number 11, under new business, St. Maximilian Colby Parish requests to hold a raffle number 536 at the parish of St. Maximilian Colby on August 14th, 2021.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay. Let's call
Mr.
the roll.
Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo?
Yes.
Motion is carried. Item number 12, bid results for the construction of Beasley's Point Park project.
Paul?
Thank you, Mayor. This is for the construction of the Beasley's Point Park. Project is predominantly funded through county open space project funds. We did receive the bids on February 5th last week. Fred M. Chavone Construction Company out of Malaga was the apparent low bidder at just over $1 million, $1,016,382. We had 37 contractors take out plans for this. This was probably one of our largest plan holder as far as how many people took out the bids for a project. We did have 6 bidders, and the high bid was just over $1,800,000. The base bid was within the project engineer's estimate, and there are several alternate items. However, we can't at this point award some of the alternate items that we do want to include because we're still waiting for some additional county grant funding to cover that. And because of their estoppel public comment period, there's going to be would have to be a delay in awarding some of those alternate items.
I want to review that with the CFO so that to see if there's a possibility that if you want the alternate items, you wouldn't have to rebid those. But having only gotten the bid results today, I haven't had a chance to really look at it thoroughly because I don't think we want to be in a situation where we have to rebid in the middle of the project.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Paul. I thought that, the project itself was kind of intact. So those ancillary things were actually what was originally approved, but because of budgetary constraints, it turned out to be a higher amount. And we've gone back and talked to the county about financing that part of it. So is there changes to that or?
No, that your understanding is correct, Mayor. The county, we did receive a resolution from the County Open Space Board approving the additional funds. They made that recommendation to the county commissioners. The county commissioners approved the additional funds also. However, just like when we have a municipal bond and it becomes authorized, there's a 45-day public comment period before you can actually spend those dollars. So even though the county Open Space Board and the county commissioners have authorized the grant funding to the township, they can actually send us the letter saying the money's on the way and, to cover the project until that public comment period. It's the same way that on a bond purchase, we can't spend the money for 45 days for a public comment period. Similarly, so that's kind of, we're in that waiting period of getting that additional $896,000, which would cover the cost of the alternate items that we need to complete the project.
Okay, so my point, to Dan's point, is do we need to rebid the other items at this point, or?
I want to review it to see if there's a basis in the bid request to have the alternates selected after they get approved by the county. I want to review that. I don't think it makes a difference to the bidders because the alternate items, as I understand it, and Paul, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the ultimate of all the alternate items, the lowest bidder on the alternate items that we want to select is the same company that was the lowest bidder on the original main project, correct?
That is correct, Dan.
So there isn't a situation where there's two different low bidders.
Okay.
There's also a discussion that we can look at the statute as far as, within the time that we have to make that ultimate decision to award the contract, whether or not we can extend that based on agreement from the contractor to wait those. I think it's like an additional, we have 60 days to award the project, which I think is just short of when the county would have their commissioners meeting to approve it. So.
But I want to review that. I was only alerted to this issue a few hours ago, so we just want to make sure we'll bring it back to the township committee in the appropriate format for a resolution approving and awarding the contract.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Dan or Paul?
Dan, since the Chavon, the apparent low bidder, would also be low bidder if the alternates were included, is there any reason that we cannot award this contract to Chavon and add in the alternates going forward? Because, an alternate is, technically an add-on, not part of the base bid.
My thorough review. I want to make sure I have the right answer to that before I bring it to you formally with a resolution.
Understood. Thanks.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, so Barbara, we'll, at Dan's guidance, we'll re-agendize this for a future meeting with resolution and how to move forward.
Okay, very good. Item number 13, Stockton University Coastal Research Center final report for 2020 on the condition of municipal beaches in Strathmere Upper Township.
All right, Paul, so just because we have a number of folks on the call here, can you just briefly frame, summary as to where we stand based on this report?
Yeah, based on that report, which was obviously done, I forget the final date of when he did the survey, but it was a couple months ago, I think probably in December, I think, when they did their last survey information. The beaches were in fairly good shape. There was obviously some loss up in this natural area and in the north end. And then we had the couple nor'easters that we've had over this past 30 days. Those nor'easters have probably taken away as much sand and shifted the sand around as what the previous year of movement has had. So, the beaches are in still good condition, but we did lose a significant amount of sand. When you go out there and look, I think a lot of the sand is just offshore. So hopefully, it settles down a little bit. And then as we come to summer, some of those bars that are sitting in off at the inlet will migrate back up onto the beach like we saw last year.
Okay, anybody have any questions about the report? It's rather lengthy and everybody's good? Okay. All right. So we'll move on to unfinished business. I'm going to turn this over to Committeeman Corson, along with Committeeman Barr. I'm sure Mr. Corson has given the report. Committeeman Barr will help in the discussion on the report from the proposed parking in Strathmere as well as beach tags.
Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it's okay, we'll handle this in two sections. First thing we're going to do is maybe address the parking. And then we will, if anybody's got any questions for Ed or I, please give us some time to explain where we were and what we came up with here. And then we can answer questions to our colleagues. But the first thing is on parking. The parking committee, we met numerous times. We hired a parking consultant, came in, talked to us. We talked about many options. We had many suggestions from people in town. One of the suggestions was to park on one side of the street only throughout the town. Not feasible, wouldn't even support the houses that are in town now. Another suggestion was some one-way streets. One-way streets, there's pros and cons to them. One-way streets are notorious for devaluing property. A lot of people don't want to live on a one-way street. Our town's basically 2 streets wide. I don't think it warrants one-way streets, and that committee seemed to agree with me, and we had that discussion at length too. But for the parking, to address the parking, initially the fire company sent us a letter. That's just to me, look at Prescott, West Putnam, Bayview Drive. And we also look, early on last summer, we looked at East Randolph, which we forgot all about that through this conversation. The fire company, I met with the fire company Thursday night, brought them up with our proposed plan and what I was going to propose here. And they reminded me about the East Randolph issue, which, if I'm correct, Paul, didn't we look at, when we looked at that, didn't we, we talked to a couple neighbors there, and I think we were going to recommend it, the north side of East Randolph.
Correct.
Be no parking, right?
Correct.
Because there is some issues down there. A couple places, people can't even get out of their driveways if there's a cars on the other side of the street. So that was a minimal amount of, there was maybe 1 or 2 parking spots lost. But on Prescott, we were, the committee was recommending to solve some of the fire truck issues so they can proceed up and down the street with a fire truck. They were going to recommend no parking on the south side of the street. No, on the north side of the street, that was. West Putnam, one side of parking again, only on parking permitted on the south side of that street. Bayview Drive, the street all the way to the north end of town, where it twists through down there along the inlet side. We were going to recommend east of route number 25 to the state park entrance. No parking there. In conjunction with the parking, before we can even attempt to identify parking spots, we want to have properly marked identified driveways, fire hydrants, and safety zones, and the street ends with yellow paint in accordance with Title 39. And that was the parking committee's recommendation on addressing some of the issues for the fire trucks and the parking. Is that pretty much where we are, Ed?
You're muted, Ed.
Ed, you're muted.
You're on mute, Ed.
No, you hit it pretty well, Kurt. You went down through all those, through the major points. But I think what needs to be stressed here is this isn't going to be an overnight fix with the parking issues that we've had. This is pretty much the tip of the iceberg. And what we're doing is, with the assistance of the fire department, looking at public safety issues right now. And as Committeeman Corson pointed out, everyone that lives there knows that Prescott, Randolph, Buckman, and Bayview Drive are some of our narrow streets that we just can't get cars parked on both sides of the street for safety issues. There's going to be, through the years in construction and rezoning some of the streets or designs of streets, we're going to have to widen streets to try to address some of these issues. So for the immediate need, these are the safety issues that we're going to have to address.
Does anyone have some idea of how many spaces will ultimately be lost by making parking on one side of the street for those 4 streets?
As of yet, Rich, we do have a schematic. As the last I saw, I didn't see the last draft that was just done, but it will give us a pretty good idea as far as how many spots we are going to lose. We'll lose a few, but
approximately
just
12,
as Curtis said, 12 spots.
Yeah, I think it was 12 spots, about 12 spots, if I remember correctly. That's with the one side of the street. If we properly identify driveways and all, we're probably going to lose other parking spots that people had, but they weren't legal parking spots anyhow. So we're not, I mean, if we lose an illegal parking spot, we haven't really lost anything because it wasn't legal to start with. But that is the recommendation. And I'd like to propose that we have ordinances introduced at our next meeting to encompass these recommendations on this. And of course, there will be public hearing and public input on this at that point.
Curtis, we didn't discuss, so we're also going to be moving around some of our handicap parking spaces?
Yes.
That's correct,
discussed
yes.
that. Yeah. And, well, we didn't really discuss it at this meeting, but we had 2 down there by Mildred's for the restaurant. That's no longer going to be a restaurant. I think the recommendation would be to move them to our handicap accessible beaches. And that we'd have to do.
Dan, you're gonna need time to review some of these suggestions, correct?
Well, I did review the report from the parking consultant, and just to paraphrase it, that consultant did recommend that there be significant one-way streets throughout the Strathmore area, and Curtis indicated that has a number of negative issues attached to it. You would, I believe, decrease by close to 79 spaces according to the report. I do need time to review with Paul the specific streets that Curtis indicated, but we can probably get, if you guys give me the go ahead, an ordinance to start changing the one way or the one side parking and no parking on the other side. We can do those ordinances very quickly. The second thing that would have to happen is we need to address enforcement as it stands now, and it's going back and forth with the state police. And I would ask that Scott Morgan jump in if he has more information that I'm about to allude to. But the state police have indicated initially that they would like to do the enforcement, but then recently they indicated they would rather not do the enforcement. And because of that recent indication, and when I say enforcement, I mean enforcement of daily parking issues. We would need to figure out how we're going to enforce that. The most obvious answer is to on shared services with a municipality that has those type of officers that could produce that. And that's another ordinance. We also, or at least a resolution and a shared services agreement that has to be negotiated. And then in addition to that, if we're going to have tollway zones, which I believe there was a request to do that along Commonwealth, and the county, I think, has ceded to that request. The state police, unless it's an accident or some other issue, do not generally get involved with towing vehicles, which would mean we would need a towing ordinance, and we would need to bid for a towing contractor. So all those issues would have to be addressed if we're going to implement those procedures prior to the summer, with ordinances and agreements and resolutions.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, Dan, but I was going down, obviously we don't have an enforcement deal in place yet. We're working at that. But I would like to get the ordinances introduced and done for the one side of the street parking on the 4 streets that we mentioned.
Yes, I was really just answering what I thought was Ed's question with respect to what do we need to do with this. We can get that ordinance very quickly to address the one side of the street parking on a handful of streets.
Okay. Is everybody all right with
Scott? Could you just clarify that those streets that we're changing for the one-way, those are specifically the ones that the fire company asked us to do that to because they couldn't get the fire truck down?
We are not changing any streets to one way. We are changing them to
one side parking. I apologize.
One side
Those
parking.
are the ones that the fire company asked us to for safety concerns, right?
Yes.
Okay, then I have no problem. I think we should move forward with that.
But
Paul, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How much of a problem would it be for our consultant to show us a diagram of all the streets that are going to be affected and how they would be affected?
Well, I mean, beyond with what he's already given us, I don't.
Yes.
I can ask him, because obviously his project was done, so I can ask him what it would be to make that change on that map, to show that on the map.
Yeah, just target, all I'm asking is to target the streets that we just identified. And so at least the public has an idea of what the impact is going to be.
I mean, we do have that also, if we look at, if it's kind of the same thing as the recommended parking, but without the one-way. Like for the ones that we just talked, the 4 streets that we talked about putting parking on just one side, essentially we already have it. It's just going to be, instead of it being a one-way, it's going to be just a parking on one side.
Paul,
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, say somebody came from Mars and wanted to see what's going on here, they could look at the map and figure out what areas are being impacted. That's what I'm asking for.
You would basically need a revised map that just your recommendations on it with the existing.
You got it, Dan. That's what we want.
I'll ask him what it would cost to revise the maps.
Paul, no, we don't need to spend any more money on this parking consultant. Do we have a map?
Kurt, what I'm asking is, we want to have everybody informed as far as what the impact is going to be on the parking.
Okay.
People want to see how it's being impacted.
Do we have enough information?
Whatever, I'm trying to.
I don't know whose mic's on, but this is ridiculous.
We have to make sure some of these folks mute themselves. We can't hear.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, somebody's got their mic on.
Mary LaFever, I just gotta, there you go. Go ahead.
Can we have plenty of maps that we have paid for. The parking consultant drew little squares on a map. Do we have the ability to do that in-house, or do we have to pay the parking consultant to do that again?
I might be able to play around with them and do some stuff, but I'm then taking his work product and changing it.
Okay, let's see what we can do to try to work on that. We don't need an answer right now, but let's see what we can come up with, all right?
We're going to need an answer sooner or later. It's going to be Memorial Day before we hear, and we're going to be back where we are now.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kurt, we want to have it done right. We don't want to rush into this. And Dan's sitting there wondering what he's going to do with ordinances. We don't have any enforcement. So take our time, let's ease into this and get the information correct.
If we can get that schematic that's being talked about and posted on our website, I think that would be a valuable tool, and then also forward it to, you know, some of the associations over in Strathmere so that they can, you know, have an opportunity to send that out as well.
Well,
It would be a good
Rich,
information source.
I'm looking at the one map we have. On Bayview, we would lose 4 parking spots.
Right.
On Prescott, we're gonna lose 1, 2, 3, 5 parking spots. On Putman, we're gonna lose 5 or 6 parking spots. I mean, we're trying to address the fire.
Right.
No,
But Kurt, what I'm saying is,
was 2.
Kurt, what I'm saying is, if you're going to lose a parking spot in front of your house, you're not going to be happy, and you don't want to find out at the 11th hour that you lost a parking spot in front of your house. So
Okay.
let's get the information out there, give them a chance to review it, and then we can keep moving forward. In the meantime, Dan's working on ordinances.
But now we're going to take it, we're not going to have the information until next meeting. So we've added 2 weeks to this. And then we're going to add another 2 weeks to it. And then it's going to be Memorial Day and we're going to have a crowd of people and have nothing done. Are we allowed to have Public Works at least start painting driveways and aprons if it's nice?
I don't see why not. Can you make that happen, Paul? Can you get those maps together?
I'll work on it.
Okay,
So
good.
just so I understand this, the parking consultant identified where striping for no parking on driveways and intersections?
No. We did not pay the parking consultant to identify driveways or intersections. No, we did not.
So it hasn't been identified yet?
Yeah, yes. He marked out where parking could be located at, yes. In relationship to driveways and the street ends, corners.
I thought I saw that on one of his exhibits.
It's shown. He doesn't specifically show the driveways, but he shows conversely where you can park, so.
And my understanding is the striping, and the township committee should be aware of this as should the public. The striping is not necessarily going to conform to state guidelines in order to allow more parking the way we do now in a safe manner. Is that correct?
No, what the striping we were going to do, we were going to actually stripe the no parking areas. We're going to identify people's driveways so cars don't park in front of them. We're going to identify the no parking in front of a fire hydrant. We're going to identify the no parking in the fire zones. We're going to properly identify all the no parking areas in town. That was the plan.
Including the intersections.
Yes. And
Okay.
that's governed by Title 39 governs all that.
So I guess the question is, we should at least give everyone a heads up. I mean, I'm not sure that everybody's comfortable with having a yellow line parked on, you know, on the side of each one of their driveways. You know, I mean, from an aesthetic standpoint, it, you know, may not be something that somebody's looking to do. And if they have pavers, I'm not sure they want it to be done, but you know, I think that's something that we also
There's
need
not,
to think about.
the pavers are not in our street right away. We're painting our street.
I don't know, Curtis. You know, I think it's a viable question to ask. I mean, I don't know that I'd be happy having a yellow stripe on either side of my driveway, but you know, I mean, maybe that's just my personal opinion. So.
Well, if somebody doesn't want a yellow stripe in front of their driveway, I mean, obviously the thing to do is tell us not to do it. But don't call when there's a car blocking your driveway then. You can't have the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Would you rather have a car parked in front of you or a yellow stripe?
Oh, come on, BM.
Sorry. We're not taking public comment right now, BM.
No, for those of you, there's two options here. We're not really necessarily taking public comment to this because obviously there'll be ample time to do it when an ordinance is launched. but you certainly have the ability to give your opinion during the public comment, which will be arriving shortly. So I just, I think this is more of an overview for the committee and an overview for those that are on the phone as to what's, being at least proposed at this point. And I will at least agree that Mr. Corson and I did a tour this summer on the fire truck, and the fire company were very congenial in showing us, several of the streets that they're talking about, and it was very difficult to maneuver that truck down there. It probably is very difficult to move a car through there, let alone, a big fire truck. So from a safety standpoint, what's being proposed, at least on the one-sided streets, is something that I think is worthwhile to support. But I think some of the other things with the aesthetic part of it, that's where some conversation probably needs to be put in. But again, to Ed's point, a schematic would be great for everyone to take a look at what we're talking about. So.
Well, if we're not going to identify the no parking, we don't have to worry about enforcement. Because if you don't identify the no parking, there's no sense in having enforcement. But, well, that was our first recommendation. We go down to.
So wait, so what's the plan moving forward? Dan, you're going to do an ordinance specific to the asked on the one side.
Like direction from the township committee. Curtis has proposed, and if he wants to do that in the form of a motion, that I prepare an ordinance with the assistance of the township engineer, which addresses the parking on one side recommendations that he made and the handicap parking reconfiguration and movement. If I understand you correctly, Kurt.
I think we just lost them.
Did we just lose Curtis from the?
Yeah.
Dan, for what I believe is the recommendations made by the consultant.
Can we wait until Curtis gets back online? Ed?
He's back.
There we go.
What happened?
There he is.
Kurt, what I was asked whether I was going to start an ordinance, and as I understand it, your proposal was to have certain streets, one side of the street parking for safety reasons, and also to reconfigure the handicap parking to a more rational configuration based upon the changes in land use. For me to go forward, because there have been different opinions here, I would like, that recommendation in the form of a motion so that we can get the sense of the committee if that's what they want me to do.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct the township solicitor to move forward with an ordinance on the specifically identified no parking areas in Strathmere.
Right. The recommendation from Curtis Corson.
Based on the recommendation from Curtis Corson.
All right.
Well, it's from the parking committee that was appointed.
And that's fine. It'd be from the parking committee. I just want to make sure what we're talking about, that because the recommendations from the consultant were different. That's all.
I thought the recommendation was to at least address the safety issues that were pointed out by the fire company.
Yes. The one side of the street park, so they can actually get a truck down.
That's not what Mr. Coggins just made a motion for.
John,
well, I would include in my motion the safety areas by the fire that were identified by the fire company. The Title 39 areas based on the appropriate distances from the curbs and from the corners and from the fire hydrants, which would be the basic starting point of the ordinance. If we're still going to continue the discussion on driveway markings, I think that personally, I would start putting the driveway markings in because we tend to have a lot of issues over there with people who are overhanging driveways and blocking driveways and causing a lot of issues for our homeowners there.
And there's people that, because we don't do it, have taken it upon themselves, and Title 39 says 2 foot of each side of a driveway is no parking. And there's people that have yellow painted 5 and 6 feet of each side of a driveway. So the fact that people have taken it into their own hands, I think we need to do it. But so, John, was your
So
motion to
Mr.
include the
Coggins
no?
has made, Mr. Coggins has amended his motion, his motion to include the one-way, not runway, the one-sided
one-way.
parking recommendations by the fire company for safety reasons. Is there a second to that?
I will second.
Well, just for a point of clarity here, my motion is for the appropriate distance from the corners, the appropriate distance from the driveways, the specifically safety-related, no parking issues, and one-side street parking issues as recommended by the fire company, and also with the issues that we're having on North, I believe it's Rutherford, if I'm not mistaken.
Randolph,
where we have people who literally cannot get out of their driveways, and I've been down that street, and it's a train wreck.
yes. And I will
Did you second that, Curtis?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes. With the idea that we have a open public forum and public hearing to what's being proposed.
We have one on every ordinance we do. Okay. Moving on to beach tags. There was a lot of discussion about beach tags. Obviously, it's not a popular subject. We've talked about beach tags before in the past. We looked at it. We saw it this summer. The overcrowded conditions we had in the Strathmere section of Upper Township. So we were looking at beach tags. We came up with a proposal for beach tags. Just for putting together numbers, I pulled a number out of the air. Obviously, that's not written in stone. It's a number that has to be established by the township committee, not a subcommittee of the parking authority or parking committee. So beach tags were proposed in beach tags, and this is a jumping off point, like I said. Memorial Day to Labor Day, obviously that's not going to change. 12 and under, no beach tag. A seasonal beach tag, and I picked $45, and I'll tell you why when we get there. But bottom line is Strathmere has free parking. We don't have crowded beaches, and we have freedoms that you do not have at other beaches in our neighboring communities, such as the ability to fish, play horseshoes, cornhole, or whatever. That being said, a weekly $25 fee for a weekly visitor, veteran tag free with a proper ID, and proper ID would be a D214 card, your military issues them, or a veterans card attainable through the county that you live in. Or some municipalities actually recognize a VFW membership card too, from what I've seen. Senior citizens, or a $20 charge for senior citizens, discounting them for senior citizens, which I believe we're allowed to do. Active military spouse and children and family with children under 12 are free, with the proper IDs. Now, there's been a lot of community talk and chatter I've seen back and forth with beach tags, and they want beach tags free to residents or taxpayers in Upper Township. According to New Jersey state law, you cannot give away beach tags to residents of a community or a city or a town that's imposing fees. Everybody is equal, everybody pays. For the ability to purchase Upper Township tags, we were looking at maybe the recreation building in Upper Township. Utilizing it, we have 2 people at the recreation building. We could utilize that building and sell beach tags in person, exchange cash, boom, 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 cash check or credit cards, whatever they would need to do. There's also an app. It's called Viply, V-I-P-L-Y. You download the app on your phone. You can get beach tags for any community up and down the shore. We talked about selling them in Strathmere at a location. We've talked to a couple locations. We haven't pinned down a location yet, but I think the township could acquire a vending machine. They have a vending machine that accepts cash, makes change, also accepts credit cards. Scott has reached out to the vending machine company. We have it to this point not heard back. I called the vending machine company, and there is a vending machine in Seattle at their police station. They have it in the police station lobby. It's accessible 24 hours a day. That's why they put it there. I went and personally looked at the machine, and I decided to make a phone call. And they do make it. I called the vendor that they got it from, who Scott reached out to get a quote, and the vendor is actually amending his quote and give us a quote for an exterior machine that would sit outside. Obviously, the exterior machine and the elements would not hold up as well as one inside. But to get back to why I picked $45, I looked at some of our communities up and down the coast, in Cape May County particularly, and Cape May City, for example, is $25. The neighboring community, that Cape May Point, very similar to Upper Township. A lot of issues that we have. Narrow streets, limited parking, limited people, limited enforcement. They're at $40 with their neighboring community at $25. For Memorial Day to Labor Day, I was looking at maybe the possibility of, I was thinking of the first year is a learning curve. Are we going to get it right the first year? No, I don't think any municipality in the state has gotten it right first year on any new program. But I was thinking we could use a soft approach on taggers with beach taggers. I would recommend running 2 beach taggers, walk the beach one day 11 to 3, the next day maybe 10 to 2, about 4 hours a day. That would be about 56 man hours per week at a cost of $672 per week. On a 10 week, it would cost $6,700. Now, anticipated sales. There's 310 houses in Strathmere. I figured 6 tags per house. That's approximately $83,000. There's 92 trailers in the trailer park. I figured four tags per trailer. That's about $16,000. Talking with Bruce Reardon in Strathmere, he was on the committee. That's why he was on the committee, because he had insight on a lot of this. And plus, he was the fireman. There was approximately 300 weekly rentals in town at $25 a week. That's approximately $45,000. That's $145,000 potentially from Strathmere alone. The unknown is the mainland. We don't know how many people from the mainland go to Strathmere, because it's hard to achieve them numbers or to even try to begin to figure it out, because the campgrounds and everything else put there, send people there, obviously, contribute to our population on the beaches. There was a lot of concern, and I saw a lot of some of this study that came back for the group that was done. What this money would be utilized for, it was to help the township recover cost of the beach. Everybody here knows we're in a budget crisis. We're a $600,000 shortfall. This money would not just, this is Upper Township money that would come in, and it's used to offset the costs of the beach. What happens in the neighboring municipalities that have beach tags, they cannot use it as a fundraiser. They cannot use it to raise money. It's to recover costs maintain, and keep their beaches. We spend $50,000 a year on lifeguards. We spend $100,000 or $125,000 a year average on beach replenishment, dune fence, Mophie mats, all that. Our beaches are well over a $600,000 figure now. So this is to help recover some of that cost and help us meet our $600,000 budget shortfall. Did I hit everything, Ed?
You're mute.
Ed, you're on mute.
Yes, you hit the points. However, we just need to come up with an idea of how much it's going to cost to run it.
Well, we're back. We don't know.
And agree upon what, if we do agree upon beach tags, how much we're going to charge.
Yes,
Because the one
exactly. How much
issue
it's
that I
gonna run
don't
it.
totally agree with is if we come up with a preseason, you know, and I'm really totally opposed to anything that charges more than what Sea Isle Ocean City charges, but if I, you know, go for it at all, but what I'm concerned about is you're thinking that everyone's going to buy a weekly tag. And if we come up with some way of making it reasonable up to say Memorial Day, like the other towns do, I would assume that some of the people that have weekly rentals are going to come and get the tags ahead of time. They're probably coming down to, you know, they could rent a property and then go get a beach tag at the same time. So, you know, I mean, you know, I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, but you know, I'm just concerned about the overall cost to run this. And, you know, where is our break-even point? And, you know, at what point do we get value into what is being proposed?
Well, we don't know the cost of the machine yet. We already have people at the community center all day long. That would be our only place to live sell them. So basically the cost of the machine, which is, I believe, I did look online and I'm not sure, we haven't got a quote yet. I saw a price of $6,700 for the interior machine. I'm not sure, or 6,800 or something. Do you remember, Scott? Did you?
I didn't get the direct cost. I was still waiting, but I think some of the preliminary information, it was somewhere around there. But I am still waiting for the final figures from online, the online vendor.
And
with the cost of the machine is we can probably arrange we could probably arrange a program to lease the machine.
I don't know if they lease machines or not. But that's, I mean, we haven't had a whole bunch of dialogue, but I did call them and talk to them about the machine that goes outside, which they do make. Because finding an interior spot is very difficult to have public access. But the cost of the beach taggers, we had that down to $672 a week for a 10-week season. We're already paying the two people at town hall the cost of the tags themselves. The cost of the tags, there's an outfit in Middle Township that makes the tags. That's made with I forget, it's Scott, do you remember the name of the group?
It's a functional needs group that prepares these. It's been going on for some time, and they prepare these for many of the municipalities that purchase beach tags.
And I believe the cost of the tags was $1.45 a unit, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, there's not a whole bunch of cost involved with the program that we proposed, because we have not proposed having a beach tagger on every street end. We have not proposed having live fire sales at multiple locations like some of these municipalities do. I mean, Ocean City, for example, they last year they sold $4 million in beach tags. They spent $4.1 million on their beach, so they had a $100,000 deficit in their beach operation. But
Curtis, Beasley's Point going to be included?
I talked to the mayor and the other day about it, and we had that discussion. It is a guarded beach and we should probably consider concluding it, yes.
So now you need another beach tag checker out there.
If we took a soft approach, I don't know if, and the beach is 150 feet long. I mean,
Well, don't we have a boat ramp attendant at Beasley's Point?
yes,
Yes.
We could give that person dual duty.
that would be very,
If we decide we're going to do it there or whatever. I mean, it's going to be a difficult year with construction going on anyway.
Yeah.
but obviously if we decide to do this, we need to figure out price points. And we need to figure out a bunch of ordinances. Obviously enforcement, we're back to if the beach taggers have an issue. That's why I wanted to take a soft approach this first year. That gives us time to figure out enforcement. We have beach tag checkers out there, and I think we would provide them with some literature. We don't want them exchanging money and all that. They can send them to the vending machine. That's why we wanted the vending machine. Because if you start having younger people or somebody with municipal funds on the beach, in the day, they got to be counted out at night. The money's got to be secured at night. The bank has to be secured and redistributed the next day. And that's where our neighboring municipalities have most of their problems, is with that type of situation, with money shortages and all that. That's why I was strictly recommending a vending machine for sales over there. Do any of my colleagues have any questions?
I guess my question to my colleagues is, I'm not comfortable with $45 a tag, I especially for the first year. So I'm not in support of that. I'm not saying I'm not in support of beach tags per se, but I am not in support of that. This is not just a Strathmere issue. This is an Upper Township issue, and there are a number of residents throughout the township that go to Strathmere to go to the beach. So I think all that has to be taken into consideration.
And it is an Upper Township issue. It is an Upper Township issue across the board. That's why I didn't have a Zoom meeting with the Strathmere Improvement Association. I didn't have a sit down with the Upper Township Business Association. I didn't have a sit down with the Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts. I didn't have the Knights of Columbus. I had no sit down or discussions with anybody because it affects the whole township. And it wasn't fair to do a sit down or a Zoom meeting with any one organization, because where does it start and stop? Because it affects the camping industry, and there's a campground in Strathmere. It affects all our businesses. Every business in Cape May County, whether they want to believe it or not, is dependent on the beach scene. But as you did read in the paper, which I told everybody and was questioning whether I knew what I was talking about or not, Wildwood is considering beach tags. They're not going to have them this year. They will have them next year for 2022. They will have them. If everybody wants to roll the dice and see what it looks like to be the last community without beach tags, I don't really want to be there. That's going to get ugly.
Perhaps one thing we can do, I mean, I am very much in favor of having the price point of the beach tag higher than both of our neighboring communities. But maybe the thing to offset and help with the cost is, instead of offering a weekly beach tag at a reduced price, we have one beach tag at one price. So in other words, if we bring that $45 price point down to, say, $35, then there's no weeklies. If you're going to use the beach, you're going to buy a seasonal beach tag.
So if somebody's on a week vacation, they spend $35 for the week.
Well, as opposed to 25, yeah. But if that, and where it works to an advantage, if some of those people are coming down for multiple weeks, or they're coming down for a monthly rental, then, of course, they get more usage out of it.
I will say one thing from what I saw this summer, there's a lot of people that do 2 and 3 week rentals at a clip. So
rather than have them, spend $75 on beach tags, that they're spending $35 on beach tags.
is that something that we can, Dan? Our legal counsel, is that something?
Well, you can, if it's neutral to everybody. If it's not neutral to everybody, you can't do it. Towns, there's case law on it. Towns had basically said residents or certain parts of the town don't have to pay a certain amount. That's or can get it at a discount. That's improper. It was used to keep outsiders out. So you can't do that. That's why when you see the discounts, they're legitimate groups that are allowed to be discounted, veterans or time. You do it during the off season. You sell them at a discounted rate during the off season. So anything beyond that, I would say was suspect.
Okay. But I guess the question on the table though remains, if we just have a one price beach tag and it's good for the whole season, I mean, are we obligated in any way to offer either weekly or daily beach tags at a reduced rate?
I'd have to research that. I don't know, because that may be a backdoor way of saying, I only want my folks to do it. Visitors can't do it. It's all wrapped up in public access to the beaches.
Okay. But if that's the case, then we'll probably have to go weeklies and dailies.
Actually, you do not have to offer dailies. I do know that there's a lot of municipalities that do not offer dailies. Absolutely, especially with the COVID thing this year. Ocean City, for an example, this year did not offer dailies. They had beach checkers at their beach entrances, and they didn't offer dailies. People didn't want to buy a weekly, so they came to our beach, and that compounded our situation.
What's a weekly tag cost in Ocean City?
I don't remember. Scott, do you remember that from that discussion?
No, I do not, Craig. No, no. And if I don't want to throw out a number there in case I'm wrong.
It's
So
$10.
it's my understanding that you could buy
Was it
season passes at a reduced rate. Anybody can get one up until like Memorial Day. So
yes,
if it's $20 or $25, whatever it is, you can buy a whole season at a reduced rate ahead of time, as long as you buy them by Memorial Day or whatever. It's the Friday before Memorial Day. And then they bump up like $10 a tag or something for seasonal. And then, I mean, it's been a while because I go to Strathmere Beach. But this is what I recall. And then they have a weekly, and okay, so you're saying, they're not selling dailies anymore, but they used to sell dailies. Like I'm just still really struggling with the idea of not even discounting them before we get to, for our residents to be able to purchase it at a reduced rate.
I'm not saying we can't, Rich. I mean,
no, I think we are getting at the point where we should be able to sell them, say anything that's purchased prior to Easter would have a discount involved with it.
I think you got to make it Memorial Day. Easter is like April. Half the people that are using the beach aren't even thinking about that at this time.
I don't agree with you, Rich.
But our residents and up are much more astute than that.
I went to Seattle and I spent about an hour talking to the chief financial officer or the purchasing agent. I actually forget her title. She had many titles. The one that put the vending machine in the lobby. Seattle sells the majority of their beach tags the month of for 21. They sold the majority of their beach tags for 21. The month of December is their hot month. They open up their visitor center and they sell them out of there. They sell them out of the vending machine. You can get drunk at 2 o'clock in the morning and go to the police station and buy a beach tag. It's a wonderful thing. They got it well thought out.
And is it a reduced rate?
Yes. The reduced rate is, CL was $20 for a beach tag in December. Then they sell them, the other hot weekend where they sell a lot of beach tags is the polar bear plunge. Then, believe it or not, people start coming down and opening up their house around Easter. Some people stay in the islands for Easter. And that's another hot type time. And Memorial Day, they go to their $25 or whatever it is. So I spent, like I said, 45 minutes or an hour. So there's some municipalities that do not sell them in the month of December. They don't want to be bothered with it. They don't, but they do a huge turnover and a huge business of these things in December because a lot of people buy them for Christmas gifts, stocking stuffers, whatever. I mean, personally, if I bought this one in December, I'd probably lose it by May. So.
So where do we go from here?
Well, I think my thought would be we need to kind of establish a price. And, I would, look at something like, for example, and I don't know what Ocean City is right now, but if Ocean City had a seasonal beach tag, and let's call it $25, but I believe it's more than that, then our off-season rate for beach tags, we could match Ocean City, and then if you buy it between Memorial Day and Labor Day, it's now $40.
Well, if we reduce beach tags that far, I can tell you, I do not think we should offer a senior citizen discount. Other municipalities did not offer.
I don't grasp why would we would be charging so much more. I understand the parking thing, but I mean, we're talking about taking away discounts from seniors. We're going to charge, $15 more per tag. I mean, I think, we do what Sea Isle and Ocean City do, and we do $20 before the season and $25 once we come to the season.
Because we are not Sea Isle or Ocean City, Kim. We're different. People go to Sea Isle and Ocean City because they have public bathrooms. They have this, they have that. We have porta potties on the beach. We don't have a promenade. We don't have a board.
Curtis, you're making the argument in the opposite way.
Because we're, let me finish, because we're unique. We offer stuff that you can't do on those beaches. You go down to Sea Isle and you go out there with a bunch of horseshoes or a cornhole game. Guess what you're going to do? You're not playing it. And they have enforcement in that stuff. We don't have Gestapo enforcement down on the beach. We don't. People have the freedom to take an alcoholic beverage on the beach. Not that the sign says you're not supposed to do it, but it does happen. I can honestly tell you, I've never drank a beer on the beach in Strathmere, but I've thought about it. I did in Sea Isle, and there was police involvement years ago. That was many years ago. I was a youth. But our place is unique. We don't offer what the other municipalities do. I mean, they have pay for parking. You go down to Sea Isle. At the end of the day, you're paying $5 or $6 to park your car. The north end of Ocean or the south end of Ocean City, there is free parking. I will give you that. You go to the north end of the town, you're paying $20 to park your car for the day. That's why we were more.
I don't think paying for parking should have any bearing on what we make with beach tags. It's hard enough to start a program, let alone like try and make ourselves exclusive. I just really feel that you're asking them the greater of Upper Township to pay more than what they would pay if they went to another municipality, and that's just wrong in my opinion.
Okay, Rich, well, you pick a number then. Pick a number.
$20 for the pre thing. I can live with that.
20 for the pre thing or 20 for everything?
I think you got. Well,
Kurt, I think where we are right now, is we have to find out what the overall cost is going to be of implementing this program. Is it going to be cost effective? If we could come up with an idea as far as how much this is going to cost us to run the program, then we can start logically thinking about what we're going to charge for a beach tag. And if we're going to break even, we shouldn't even start to do this in the first place.
We're not going to break even. It's going to be more. Ed, we've got a price with machine. In the worst case, if the machine's twice of what we think it is, I think that we're going to be able to do this for about $25,000 a year. Implement a beach.
But Kurt, I've been on this committee. I haven't heard once about how much it's going to cost us for man hours, for beach tag checkers. We're going to have a beach tag supervisor. How much it's going to cost for all the beach tags? How much it's going to cost for the machine? What beaches we're going to cover? What hours of the day? We even come up with what the cost of the program is.
Well,
until we answer those questions, we can't come up with what it's going to cost for a beach.
Ed, we're going to have the beaches. Our beaches are open from 10 to 5 every day. That's our beach hours. That's when we would have tags out there.
I think Ed's point is valid, though. If we don't know what it's going to cost, how do we know if this is going to end up costing us money in the long run? So if it's going to cost the town, there's no point to do it. I mean, I think the idea behind it is to, help us recoup some of the cost of the beach. And if it's going to end up costing us money, in addition to what we already spend, that's not really, there's no point to proceed.
It's not going to cost us more than we spend in now.
But you got to show us that on paper that it's not going to cost us. We need.
Well, do you know how much? I don't. Ed, I couldn't even guess how many tags we're going to sell. So until we actually physically wait till the middle of July and go out there and do a head count, there's no way to even anticipate how many we can sell. So.
Can you hear me? You have to raise your hand to be.
No, we're going to have the public comment because we'll get to that. The next thing is the public comment. You can talk about it then. This is just a discussion with the committee because the next move, if we decide to at least go forward as the case with the parking, there was no approval of the parking. It was an approval to move forward with an ordinance for the parking. And the same thing will hold true for these beach tags.
Well, for the beach tag checkers, I had proposed 56 man hours a week. I think it was $12.50 an hour was the minimum we could pay. It might, there's a sliding scale because the governor wants everybody to get paid $15 an hour for minimum wage. So I figured $672 a week for 10 weeks. $6,700. The machine's probably going to cost around 10 grand by the time we get it set up, hooked up, and all that. I mean, the beach tags, I think there's a fast turnaround on them. If there was 5,000 beach tags, that's going to be $7,500. I don't know how many there is. I mean, I got to believe if we ordered 5,000 and we needed more, we could have them turn around in a week. But I don't. To sit here and tell you how much we're going to need to spend until we have an accurate head count of what's on the beach, it's hard to say. So, well, it's up to you, gentlemen, at this point.
I think for wages to avoid overtime, to give 40-hour weeks, to spread the work around a little bit. I would say it would cost you, including benefits or including, Social Security and FICA, it would cost you about $32,000 a year.
Well, 40-hour week for who?
Well, 40-hour a week for, I'm figuring 4 beach taggers. I think 4 beach taggers at $12.50 an hour would end up costing you for the summer, but just shy of $32,000. I think you got another $10,000 for the machine, but I think we can set up a lease for the machine because if the company that sells it doesn't lease it, we can get with a bank who will lease it to us.
See, John, I was thinking, and I don't know what the magic number is, but I was thinking 4 hours a day. I don't care if we have 10 checkers. We have people working 4 hours a day. I don't think we need somebody out there 8 hours a day. I mean, peak time is where it's at. At 10 o'clock in the morning, there's not as many people out there as there is at 1. But that was just my thought. That's why I figured 4 hours a day for checkers. Let them shake it up, work.
All right, so
I was anticipating to keep our 12 down low the first year. If we need to raise more, or if we need to put more people out there to check it, if it's out of hand, we can do it the next year. I was hoping for a soft approach for it the first year. More of an information thing, people passing out literature, telling them how to get tags if they don't have them. Trying to be nice about it. Not be out there.
that would take our labor estimate down to about 22,000.
Well, 4 hours a day.
Well, four hours a day. I'm figuring 4 people. You're working a 7-day cycle.
Well, I had 2 people a day, John. That was 56 hours a week at $12. It was $672 a week.
How do you cover
There's 10
days
weeks.
off?
2 people, Rich. 2 people. 2 people. You might have a pool of 12 people to pick two for. I mean, you could have 6 people, but you only put 2 on at a time. You don't get 2 people only. You have to pull 4 or 5 people. You find them, and they don't have to be kids. They could be somebody in town. If they want to work the summer and they want to work 4 hours a day, and let's say somebody comes up and says they want to work 4 hours a day, they only want to work Tuesday and Wednesday. So you have that person. You team them with somebody else. You'd have 2 people on each day. And I don't care if you had 10 people in the workforce pool. That doesn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? They're all part-time.
If you only have 2 people, you're gonna have to find a way to coordinate in the event that somebody isn't able to come to work that day or whatever. So that means you have to have somebody oversee the program.
Rich, it doesn't matter. You need somebody to oversee the program anyhow. Yes, we do have a beach inspector title that's empty. We could put somebody into that title and let them put the program together. And once a week they'd schedule everybody up and be done with it. We already have that line item established in our salary ordinance. I mean, I don't know who that person would be. It's pretty straightforward. Like I said, I was thinking 4 hours a day they could work, and one day they might work 12 to 4. One day they might work 1 to 5. The next day they might work 10 to 2. I mean, it could be back and forth. It could, wouldn't have to be wrote in stone. Obviously, rain days or cloudy days or, no beach days, you wouldn't have anybody out there.
For budgeting purposes, I like to be a little bit conservative. You obviously on a new endeavor like that, you certainly don't want to come up short. But I think that you could probably do this between $44,000 and $50,000 tops for your expenses.
I think so too.
And that would include the cost of that would include 5,000 beach tags at $1.45 a piece.
And I don't know if 5,000 is the number, or it might be 7,500. I mean, but it might be 4,000. I think what you're going to see on the beach tag sales, and there's a lot of people out there to collect beach tags. And I was amazed when I started figuring stuff out and Googling stuff. It's amazing how many people collect these things.
Well, in order to make your $50,000 back, you'd have to sell 2,000 beach tags.
At what price, John? At 25?
At $25, in order to make your 50,000 back, you'd have to sell 2,000 beach tags. So basically, with 300 homes in Strathmere, you'd have to sell 6 beach tags per home. Now, that doesn't include the trailers, doesn't include people in the mainland. It doesn't include any type of transients, renters. So, I mean, I think it's a very doable thing to at least break even. But frankly, I think you're going to come out to the good.
All right, we could be at this all night, and I do want to move on with the agenda. I'm not sure if we're where we need to be to move. You know, I mean, if we're gonna, like, I'm definitely in favor of doing an early, beach tag sale if we're going to do it at $20. I would have no interest in moving forward with it if we're not going to do that, because I want the opportunity for everyone in Upper Township to be able to do it, not just, particular areas. We keep saying Strathmere, and the reality is it's all of Upper Township. I'm sorry, that's what it is. When the roads need to be repaired and everything, Upper Township's budget goes towards the road repair in Strathmere. And so, everything we do is for all of Upper Township. And that's how, unless we can get to some conclusion, and I'm only one vote, I could be out the door. I'm just telling you what I'm looking to do. Unless we get to that point tonight, I'm not sure that we're ready to move forward.
Well, how about we do this? How about if Curtis and I get together this week and we'll put together a pro forma budget on this, and then we'll circulate it to the committee via Barbara. So maybe by
Absolutely, John. That's what needs to be done. You guys got to, we sat here, we spitballed this whole thing tonight, and nobody's come up with what a hard number is going to be for us to run this program. So you being the finance guy, come up with what it's going to cost us to run the program. We can come up with how much it's going to be for a beach tag, so that our citizens have an idea of what we're doing here.
Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to. And if we break even, we just scuttle it. We don't come up with the idea. But if we're going to make some money on this to be able to offset the costs of running our beaches, then I'm for it. But until you show me what the numbers are, I can't vote.
I agree with you, Ed. I don't want to move forward on our best guess. I think we need to have something, something in our hand that we can see what it's going to look like.
All right. Well, Curtis and I'll put our heads together. I'll get something down on paper, and we'll have a look, and everybody can see what it looks like. Obviously, we're going to have there's going to be some plugs. There's going to have to be some speculation over, how many tags we would sell, but it'll give us an idea of where our break even would be. Frankly, I think break even is going to be right around 2,000 beach tags if we're going to charge $25.
Let me ask this question. Didn't the Beach Patrol do beach counts at one time?
Oh, there you go.
Beach counts every year.
Yeah, so they do beach counts. There you go. There's some data out there. At least give us an idea of how many feet are on our beach.
Where are they?
So start with that data.
Yeah.
Where is it, Rich? How do we obtain it?
Captain Hanley can give you that. The only problem is that data is a little skewed, because remember that there are a lot of folks, including myself, that are there every week when they're taking a beach. You know what I mean? So you can say, well, there's 2,000 people on the beach or whatever, and 1,000 of them or 1,500 of them are there every weekend for, you know what I mean? So it's really just the count of how many people are on the beach, not necessarily. It's hard to extrapolate data from that to how many people are going to be buying beach tags, because if you're there every week, you're going to already have your beach tag. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I understand, but
but he does have that. He has those numbers. You can get those numbers from him tomorrow.
Well, that's why I used the house numbers in Strathmere, I figured those people were there. Obviously, they're going to that beach. So, I mean, I used what data I had available.
If the committee, if the consensus of the committee is that John's proposal is acceptable to report back at the next meeting, it might not be a bad idea for a motion and a second to that effect.
I'll make that a form of motion.
Second,
Mr. Barr,
yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
All right. Would someone like to make a motion to pay the bills?
I gotta find my little sheet here.
All right. I hereby move that the claims submitted for payment at this meeting be approved and incorporated in the minutes of the meeting.
Second.
Call the roll.
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes. There are a number of reports from our municipal departments, animal control, clerk's office, construction code, division of EMS, finance office. All of these reports will be available upon request at the clerk's office, but I'll make a motion to accept these reports.
Second,
Oh, I'm sorry, there's two more. MUA report and the tax collector. I'll make a motion to receive all these reports.
second,
Mr. Barr,
yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
All right, so we've reached the public comment portion of the meeting. And obviously there's, for those of you that have not joined before, there's an unusual amount of folks that are on this line. It makes it more difficult, but we will be very patient. I will be very patient to acknowledge people that want to address the township committee. I would ask that you only address things pertinent to the township. And questions that are exclusive to the township, running, things of that nature. I would ask that if we're going to have comments on parking and beach tags, that we at least be considerate to one another, and that we also are considerate in the interest of time for everyone, that, you know, you can agree or whatever, but, you know, try and not be so repetitive if it's possible. Doesn't mean I won't allow latitude for folks to speak. And so you'll have to bear with me because the acknowledgement is a little difficult when there's this many people, but we'll start it going by whoever would like to address the township committee. Now's the time to do so. You can unmute your phone, or I'm sorry, unmute your, well, I guess some are on phone, some are on the Zoom call. And when you address the committee, it's important to state your name and your address before addressing the township committee. So I will ask who would like to go first, and we'll do the best we can to see how we can handle this.
I would like to speak.
Go ahead.
My name is Christine Perro, and hi, and I live at 11 Williams Way.
Okay.
Hi, and first I want to thank you all so much. I have never come to a township meeting, and I'm so happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. How's that?
And I'm just going to say something really quick. And of course, it's about the beach tags. I live in Upper Township, obviously. I have a family of 4, and I think $180 for a family of 4 is a little too much. I appreciate the fact that we need to protect our beaches and we need to raise funds, and this is a very hard year. But I also, as somebody who's been going to the beach and works in Strathmere in the summertime, have noticed not only this year being extraordinary this particular year. I think there was a press article that stated that it was a free beach, in quotes, and I was on the beach multiple times when strangers who I'd never seen commented, "Is this the free beach?" That's number one. So maybe we need to keep the old adage that shh is really where we need to be. Good old SHHH, keep it quiet. And also, there was a business in town that was extremely popular because of its outdoor accessibility during COVID, which complicated matters as far as parking. But $180 is just way too much to ask for those of us who are just trying to get by. And I would hope you would keep that in consideration.
Thank you.
Rich, could I say something? Jean Cox?
Sure.
Okay, so I'll go second. Jean Cox at 14 Williams. I just want to say that I'm very much in favor of beach tags, always have been, and particularly last summer has been very difficult on the beach with the number of people that we have had that were misbehaving on the beach and etc. I think beach tags would help tremendously. But I do want to just say one thing, Curtis. I also own a property in Sea Isle, and I just don't want you to think about double dipping. We rent our property, and so we would be considered an owner, but then we leave our beach tags for all our weekly rentals. So we hang our beach tags. So I don't know that we're going to be able to get homeowners counted separately from those who are renting, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, I did talk to some people about that, and you leave tags at the house for your renters. Some people don't.
Yeah.
Some people don't. So and some realtors don't want to be bothered with that, and they won't inventory them if they don't care.
Okay.
So that swings both ways. So I've talked to a couple realtors about it. Obviously, I talked to Bruce in town. He was on the committee. And I talked to another realtor in Ocean City, and they don't encourage people to leave beach tags in their house because it turns into a nightmare. And it's part of the security deposit. So.
With it and people expect it. It's probably just maybe the place where we rent. But I just wanted to bring that attention up. Like maybe we don't want to double dip on those numbers if that's the case. And maybe that isn't the case for most people. So.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Jean.
Okay,
So,
this is
who else would
David
like to
Cummings. David Cummings would like to talk. 1808 South Commonwealth in Strathmere. I've actually been on the parking committee with Ed and Curtis and Scott and Bruce and others, and I guess I want to voice my support for Curtis's general proposal here. I am a proponent of beach tags. I know not everybody in Strathmere supports that, but I think there's a fair number of people that do. And I would agree with what several people have said here. If we're going to adopt a beach tag program, we need to start small and recognize that, we can modify it when we get some more experience under our belt. Not everybody's going to buy beach tags. Not every 310 households in Strathmere are going to buy beach tags, but I can speak for myself and my wife and my family, and we'll probably buy 6. And I think probably at least half of the households in Strathmere will buy beach tags. And if not the people who live there, maybe the families that come visit them in the summer will want to go out on the beach and buy beach tags. I think you can say most, if not everybody at the trailer park will buy beach tags. And one point that was not mentioned is there's 200 cars that park along Commonwealth Avenue on the beach side every day of the summer, and all of them will need to buy beach tags. That is another source of maybe $15,000 or $20,000 to fund this program. I agree with what John Coggins said. I think the cost of this will in the $30,000 to $45,000 range in terms of funding it for the initial year. Start small, get some experience under our belt. We don't need 10 beach tag checkers. I think 2 to 3 would deal with fine the 1.3 miles of beach that we have in Strathmere. And it may not be perfect, and they may not catch everybody that doesn't have a beach tag, but at least we'll get some experience under our belt. The cost for Sea Isle, as I understand it, has been $5 for a daily tag, $10 for a weekly tag, $25 for a seasonal tag. And I would suggest we probably start somewhere near that. It's not easy to go backwards, but you can always raise the price over the years if you get more experience. So strong supporter of beach tags, start small, let's get some experience under our belt. Curtis can do a little more detailed estimates of what the cost is, but I think this can be something that makes some money, might be $80,000 to $100,000, but certainly will pay for itself and generate some additional funds for the beach tag program. Thank you.
And
You.
Dave,
Who
Dave,
else?
thanks for serving. Let me just say, Dave, thanks for serving on our committee. And like I said, I plan on keeping the parking committee alive for the course of the summer and in the fall, so we can revisit the parking issues and see what happens there for this summer. So thank you, Dave.
So, Colleen Snee,
Okay.
14
Sorry,
Webster
Colleen, what
Road.
was your last name?
Cox Snee, 14 Webster Road.
Okay, I know who you are. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay.
But I just wanted to make one quick comment on the first speaker. Here's the issue if we don't move forward with beach tags. Yes, 2020 was a stressful year, but you know what? The cat is out of the bag. You cannot put it back in. We are known as the free beach between Atlantic City and Wildwood. It has become a free-for-all, and the only way to, in my opinion, the only way to manage that is to make sure that it's not a free-for-all anymore. And I think beach tags are a fair and equitable way to get there. We certainly have beautiful beaches, and I personally have no issue in contributing, and I'll probably buy 6 for my house, even though it's only a 2-bedroom place. So thank you. That's all I have to say. And thank you
Thank
for all
you,
the work.
Colleen.
Paige Shoemaker.
Okay, and your address?
Who is it?
Yes, my name is Paige Sharp Roommaker, 516 North Shore Road, Beasley's Point, New Jersey.
Okay.
Yes, a couple things. I would like to make sure that I do have access to the schematic of the parking arrangements prior to the ordinance. And also the Title 39 with the, was it 2 feet on each side of the driveway? I'd like to have access to that.
Title 39, Title 39 is attainable online.
Excuse me?
It's attainable online. All the
Yes,
government.
but I saw 6 inches. I didn't see the 2 feet. So I just want to, I can research that more, but I just want to make sure, is it up to 2 feet or it has to be 2 feet?
I am not sure.
Okay. So
Obviously, before we paint, it's going to be done in accordance with Title 39.
I did, I'm sitting here at this board meeting and I'm listening, but I just feel like there's no facts. Like there's no information. I agree with the beach tags and the parking as far as you need a budget to make an informed decision. And you need the schematics and you need the laws. You need to educate the public. We need to make sure that it is 2 feet. We need to know that.
Well,
If
facts will be found.
I have a house, when all those decisions are being made, the public should know that that is accurate and true. I have a problem with the soft approach with the beach tags. I am concerned that this is going to become an issue for the lifeguards to become the police on the beach. And they have other priorities watching our people in the ocean and keeping them safe. So if you're going to go forward with this, it needs to be done right. We can't be the beach where, oh yeah, they sell beach tags, but you really don't need one. What's the whole point?
Well, the lifeguards would be, their duties and responsibility would not be involved in checking beach tags.
So if my daughter becomes a beach tagger and there's a group of people on the beach that don't have tags, Who is going to help her get these people off the beach?
We are actually, even in neighboring municipalities, that's not what happens. The beach tagger does not remove people from the beach.
Okay,
We are,
who is going to enforce that these people get off the beach? So my point is when you're building your budget, you need to keep that in consideration.
we
And it should
have
not
put it,
fall on the lifeguards.
we have, it's not going to fall under the lifeguards. We have taken it into considerations. Right now, the New Jersey State Police do crime in Strathmere section of Upper Township. We are trying to have a joint service. We are negotiating with Ocean City to have their police department do some of that. That is an ongoing negotiation, and that is the overall ultimate plan.
Okay, so then when you're building your budget, that should also be part of that in making the decision on what the cost would be. So you'll have that.
It actually, we will not have we hopefully will have a figure at our next meeting, but it might not be a public figure because it's a contract negotiation. We do have our budget proposal and we have a figure plugged in there.
Okay, so Paige, what I certainly don't disagree with you. Part of the initial conversation is to have the schematics posted on our website. I don't think it would be that difficult for someone to post Title 39 as well. So we can do those things, and we appreciate. Unless you have anything else to add, we'll move on to other folks.
No, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
John Grubb.
Okay.
How you doing?
Your address, John?
John Grubb, Bayview Avenue, Marmora.
Okay.
Just real quick, I had presented the township with a proposed plan a few months ago to provide additional parking for the community center of Tuckahoe. I was under the impression I was on the closed session for this evening for discussion based on a conversation with Dan Young 2 weeks ago. Just wanted to know what the status of what's going on is. As far as
that will be discussed in closed session. It was unfortunately omitted from the agenda that was published. It was not intentional. So the township committee will discuss it. It involves a contract negotiation matter, which has to be done confidentially with the township committee.
I understand. Well, during closed session, would myself and the engineer be involved in the conversation, or would just
No, because confidentiality. What the township committee is going to do is review your proposal from their side of the issue, and then you'll be contacted by someone representing the township as to what the position is.
All right, would we have to provide?
For example, with any contract, when we were talking about the beach tags, and they were talking about enforcement, we're in contract negotiations with other municipalities as to enforcement. The other municipalities don't come into our closed session to discuss it with us.
Understood.
The law actually says that if you did something like that, there's no reason for confidentiality because the other party's in the room.
Understood. So is this something that's going to be on the next agenda to discuss?
No. I asked Mr. Coggins when I realized it was not on the printed agenda. He's gonna put a motion tonight, and you'll be contacted after the meeting.
Oh, okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
All right. I think Captain Hanley's on this line. I think I see BH. Bill, if you wouldn't mind, can you just confirm that you were able to give a beach count to both Curtis and Ed, and then John, I guess?
Yeah, I was online. I wanted, I have an interest in this topic, so I've been here, and I do have beach counts that go back years, and just to let everybody know that, knowing that this was going to be a topic of discussion last year, I instructed our guards to be as accurate as possible. And our counts come out to be fairly consistent through the years based on weather. Now, the only problem is the mayor mentioned is that we might be counting the same heads every Saturday. So, but we do have head counts for every day going back probably 10 years.
Okay. So that information will be available. Thank you, Bill.
Can you get that information to Barbara Young, please? And she can disseminate it?
It'll come, it's in a database, but I can convert it into a spreadsheet. And just let me know how many years back you want the data from.
Go, I mean, if you got 10, let's go 10. Let's look at some hard numbers.
I'll send you what I got. It'll be a big spreadsheet though. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, who's next, I guess?
Lori Ettinger, 22 Seaview, Strathmere.
Okay.
I have a couple of concerns about beach tags. First of all, I think the numbers, you're going to have to really consider these numbers. They're kind of ridiculous. If you look at the numbers of people who are on the beach, who live there, you're going to have to subtract out people who live there because they're the people who are going to be there on the beach every day. So your numbers are going to be way off looking at what we could earn. Second of all, it feels like a special assessment all of Upper Township, because there are people that come from all over, but now, regardless of where you live in Upper Township, you're going to have to pay more than the beaches that were there for Upper Township. That's been part of our deal. We're doing with parking, and we're limiting who can get on the beach. To avoid that, these people are going to come earlier, because you're saying you're only going to look at this from 10 to 5. So they're going to get there early. In addition to that, you have people, two people, probably young people, on the beach. We can't even keep people out of the bird sanctuary on the north end. I can't keep people from climbing over the dunes. And now if we put people at these points of entrance for beaches, other people are just going to go through homeowners' yards and over the dunes where we don't want them walking, and they're not going to be respectful. You know, I've tried to just over the years take care of trash and things, and people aren't always very polite about it. So these little beach tag collectors, I'm concerned about them. I'm not sure this is right. And I agree with the lady who spoke to begin with. A family of 6 coming in on the beach, that's a lot of money for some folks during COVID. I don't think this is who we want to be. I think we're better than that. If we need to come up with funding, then maybe, but we need to be mindful of the pressure we're putting on people.
Okay.
Lori, just so you know, earlier in our meeting tonight, we did a resolution. I forget what agenda number it was. But that was, we asked the state park to address some of their issues with the people and crowd control and the issues they were having at the state park. Between the boating, the alcohol consumption and everything else, the state park this year was out of control. And I'm very familiar with Strathmere. I got very familiar this summer and the stuff that went on down there. One evening I drove a tent that blew apart down there and somebody left it down there by the inlet. I drove it off the beach. I mean, it was crazy. The stuff he picked up every day down there. So.
Okay, thanks, Lori.
Thank you.
Who else would like to address the township committee? Yes, the blue shirt. I don't know how else to say. I'm sorry, I can't see who it is.
Rob Dole, 1750 Route 50.
Okay.
I have a question for Curtis. The machine that you're talking about, that's a good idea, but what's going to protect that machine from fraud?
From fraud?
Yeah, from skimmers being put on it, people breaking into it.
Well, it's actually, I have not seen the outside machine. I saw a picture of an outside machine. It's pretty secure. We're trying to find a location. We can have a camera put on it. It's probably, I mean, there's been outside vending machines, phone booths, and there's always been something going on. There's always fraud. In a perfect world, no. Can I say it's going to be 100% secure? No, nobody can. But the fact that it takes credit cards and cash, the municipalities under guidelines, it has to be emptied every 8 hours. As long as you can let go.
Okay, I
That's
just
how
on
they,
that part. With the cash, what about the skimmers that would be put on a card machine? People do it all the time, just walk by, put it on, and that's the end of that.
I would like to hope it wouldn't happen. And that stuff happens every day, credit card fraud.
I mean, that's up for the community to think, because you're setting a lot of people up with you're forcing them to use a credit card. No, not forcing them, but now they have to put their identity out there, not knowing if the machine's safe or not.
Well, I think you can, and listen, it's like potatoes and tomatoes, but you know, there's multiple municipalities throughout Cape May County that are using those parking boxes that you put your credit card in and you say what your parking space number is, and you know, they give you a ticket to put on your dashboard. So, you know, that could happen there too. And by the way, it's happened that New Jersey doesn't allow you to pump for gas, but the other 49 states allow you. And when you go there, you use your credit card, and you know, so there's no guarantee that way. But I would hope that there's some kind of like security that's built into the system. And you make a good point. We'll have to look into that, you know, for a way of protecting it. But, you know, I mean, there's a lot of multiple source kiosks, I guess what they call them, you know, where, you know, you use a credit card for parking, you use a credit card for gas, you use a credit card, you know, at an ATM machine, you know, so, you know, there is risk, but it's also practical.
And that's something I did forget to bring up too. There is an app you can put on your phone, and you can buy beach tags anywhere on the East Coast.
There you go. That's a good idea.
It's called Viply, VIPLY. So
wouldn't I mean, I don't know if you're allowed to, but wouldn't it be safe to like put that machine down by where the trailers are, where there's more activity, people watching it?
Well, we would have to talk to, I would like to put a machine somewhere on Commonwealth Avenue. That would be centrally located, and there is a couple locations we've thought about, and we have to get property owner permission. There is the library down there. We might have to install a camera at the library if they would let us put a machine in there. There's the other place, the shack. Might want in front of there, and numerous locations.
Also our property. We have the beach station, you know, where the beach patrol is. You can put it there, and at least it'd be monitored all day long. So there's, you know, so there's, you know, that has to be determined yet. So
the problem is with that, Rich, that location, if you have a machine, you have to put a 15-minute parking spot in front of it. We don't have enough parking at the end of the street now for what goes on down there. So to have a dedicated parking spot for that machine would be a mistake in that location, I think.
Well, we also have to make sure that it's okay for us to put it on private property. So, you know, those things have to be worked out.
They are being worked out, but I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole until we had to.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Who's next?
Hey, good afternoon or good evening. This is Dennis Fisher, 50 North Sunset Drive in Petersburg. So most of the points that I had were covered regarding the lifeguards, the costs. You know, admittedly, I have a concern because I do have two sons that are lifeguards. I wanted to make sure that they weren't going to be, you know, subjected to having to patrol. The one-sided parking, I did have a question on that. Did I hear that's really a temporary thing, right? So my understanding is you're gonna limit the parking so people can get out of their parking spots, out of their driveways, but with the idea that you'll eventually widen those roads so that hopefully we can regain a couple of those spots for residents, because the residents like me, we drive over there. Believe me, we felt it this summer too, trying to find parking spots as well. So losing any, you know, we're concerned about, you know, getting access as well.
I think as those properties got developed, and if they get, right now, I personally walk down all those streets. There's some older homes on a couple of those streets, and as they got developed, which they probably, the trend over there is the properties are getting developed and bigger homes are being built. When the curb and new sidewalk is put in, the street would probably be widened at that point. And
Okay,
that way,
and that would be another thing, right? Like we could look at code for maximum widths of driveways and things like that, so that we could improve the parking situation maybe
Yes.
for everyone. So
Yes.
the only other thing that I had was as regarding all of this. You know, obviously we're looking at, you know, I'm thinking from last summer, you know, with COVID, there were very limited things for people to do. So I think that, you know, I just hope that we're not, you know, jumping the shark here, you know, based on what we saw last summer. You know, I think that a couple things that are going to work in our favor from last summer is the fact that it was so hard to find parking. I mean, as a resident myself, we knew we had to get down there 8 a.m. Or even before, otherwise we weren't getting parking. So I think that these people that are driving to Strathmere and getting there at 11 or 12 o'clock, that, you know, hey, oh, we want to go to our free beach. You know, they're also this year going to double think that, I think, because they probably couldn't find parking. So, you know, I think that, you know, it might be worth it to try to get through another summer and just really see what this is really going to be like. Is it really the cat's out of the bag, or was it just a very unique situation where we had so many things closed that we just saw more people coming? And again, with Ocean City not selling dailies, that could have forced some more over the beach. What's their plan for this year? Because I am concerned also about costs. You know, I think that, you know, granted, you can't give us that number of what those enforcement contracts are going to be, but bottom line is that number is going to be there somewhere in that budget and affect us as residents.
yes. And Dennis, just so you know, the only obligation we were going to ask the lifeguards to do, if there's underage or adult beach tigers out there, if there's a sudden storm that sweeps up, the only responsibility the lifeguards are going to have is to get the taggers and put them in a secure location like they do with their own people.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they're there for, right? To serve and protect, you know, the beach goers. So I'm all for that. Believe me, my kids have had a wonderful, wonderful time working on the beach. They love it. We love going to the beach, you know, and I know this is going to be a hot button topic, and I'm all for, you know, trying to keep this what it was and what it is, you know, a fun place to go. And, you know, I just am concerned money wise, seeing our taxes. I know I just, it's a money thing for me, and is it going to be effective, you know? So that's where I'm at. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, who else, please?
And I jump in here. This is Blanche Adams, 330 Woodbine Road in Stillmantown. I just have a comment about COVID. I really question the timing of the discussion, or the beach tags, because of COVID. We're still in a COVID season. We still have businesses struggling. We have families struggling. Outside recreation has been encouraged as a safe way to, you know, to get outside and to be safe with one another. I just question why we would be doing it when our families are struggling, a lot of them, you know, just to get by. And it sounds like the urgency isn't there with Wildwood beach fees being off the table for this year. So it sounds like something that maybe we need to take this year to plan, and then going forward, if you decide to do it for 2022, we'll have a solid plan in place, have all the numbers, we'll have all the everything in place, and we'll give people a heads up, and we could start with the selling of them next January and give people a chance to actually plan and budget for it. So just, I question the timing of it, and do we really need to jump on this? Thank you.
Thanks, Blanche. Who else?
This is Lisa Carr, 33 East Webster in Strathmore. I have some comments and perhaps a question with respect to both beach tags and parking. I appreciate the discussion tonight. I think it's healthy. While with respect to beach tags, I've been historically negative or neutral on it, I do think it's something we need to consider if we're going to be the only beach in Killingly County that is free. It is driving the volume into town, and it's both a beach issue and a parking issue. Myself, I think it's more of a parking issue than a beach issue. I'm concerned that some of this is being addressed as though there's a way to pay for our beach services, which I think are already in our taxes. I'm also concerned that by hiring, how many people it is that makes up 2 people on the beach on a day, which you're really not going to be able to see everyone, be able to enforce it. And people are going to still understand that they can get on our beaches free, and it's going to be effective. And or you're going to put those beach tag checkers in a difficult position where people are pushing back on them and they're being put at risk. I am very concerned about enforcement and don't want anything negative to happen to our community members or frankly our reputation. And so then I can kind of move on to parking. I think that's really the big issue. Parking is what brings people into town, and we already have, I think, ordinances with respect to parking that we need to enforce. And so it comes down to enforcement, whether you're using existing ordinances or you're adding more, which I think is positive, some of the things that you're trying to do. But how are you going to enforce this? If it's just a ticket, and I may be wrong here, but from things I heard in previous township meetings, it was a ticket being issued, but there was no dollar value associated with it. So people throw it away and they keep coming back and parking illegally. It strikes me that we need to have worked out how we're going to enforce it. If there are costs behind it, it's penalties for people, and that's what's going to stop people from parking illegally and inundating the town. I guess I was wondering, so this is a question for, I guess it's Curtis, and the parking subcommittee. You had the parking concerns addressing a number of things, and I think I heard you talk about some of those recommendations, but I haven't seen the report. I'm not sure that we saw even like items of what needed to be addressed that would be of best value to the town. And since we paid a consultant, I was hoping, as one of the reasons I came on tonight, we'd be able to hear about that. I have a lot more thoughts, but it's getting late, and I don't want to take up everybody's time, but I'm hoping we can get some feedback here, maybe in future meetings, more discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Who else, please? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Peach Shirt. You're up.
You're on mute. Take your mute off.
Paul?
Yeah, he's showing up as green. I don't know why Paul Trumbull can't speak. So the microphone issue on his side, it looks like.
The microphone is down at the bottom of your screen, left-hand side. He's unmuted, Paul?
Yes, he is.
Okay. We're going to have to, we'll come back to you, but for whatever reason, you're not able to speak.
Hello?
Hello?
Thank you for all you do, committee. And Rich, when you come down my street on 40, Paul Trumbull, 40 Vincent.
Yeah, he has a very poor audio connection is why it's happening.
I apologize, but we're not able to hear what you're saying.
Paul, I would suggest calling in, use the audio, use your cell phone to call in on a telephone, a hard line, or your cell phone.
All right, so I'm going to unfortunately have to move on for someone else. And you know, folks, I would ask to kind of keep it more condensed because we actually have a large closed session after this too. And again, you're going to have an opportunity to comment on a lot of these things when we get to the ordinances and those kind of things. But I've allowed some latitude because there's so many folks on the call, so. So who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, Danielle Parsons from 29.5 Sunset Drive in Petersburg. Just a quick comment to what Curtis said about the beach taggers not holding banks on them and that type of security issue. I would recommend that maybe they utilize some sort of app where they take cards only, because I feel that if somebody's on the beach, you have a beach tagger go up to them and you tell them to go to this vending machine 3 blocks or whatever down, they're not going to go. They're not going to get up and go. So if you have that ability for them to pay with a card right there on some sort of device, no cash involved, I think there'll be more compliance and hopefully more revenue.
There is an app. It's called Viply, VIPLY. It's down. You can download it on your phone.
Right. I mean, the beach taggers have something that they can utilize, because you're going to have ages of all. Everybody has a card with them on the beach. They don't, necessarily have the ability to download the app. So maybe an app like there's a Clover Go app where you can actually charge people right on your phone for them. So it's just an idea, because the accessibility. So thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Hi, Ellie Garvey.
Okay, Ellie.
Hi, I'm
Need
at
your
13.
address, please.
Sure, at 13 East Vincent in Strathmere. And I just wanted to ask, I don't know if I got this right or not. Are they going to do anything about the traffic at the Deauville where people park on the side of the bridge on both sides of the road there? I know it was really difficult last year. There were just, people parked on both sides of the road as you're going out of Strathmere. Is that legal to park there? And
I don't know. Where's my parking committee?
Yes, it is legal to park there.
That's illegal. That's a
Right
county
now,
roadway.
It is, it's a county roadway. It's legally, you're allowed to park there.
on both sides?
Yes, and that's why we are keeping the parking committee alive, because there's some of these issues. And a lot of people from the Deauville park there. A lot of people were utilizing the state park there. It wasn't just Deauville or Deauville employees.
Oh, yeah, no, I
There's a
knew
lot of-
that. I was referencing where it was located, and I just knew it was difficult sometimes trying to get through there. So, all right.
Thank you. Well,
Steve Martinelli, you hear me? Hello, Martinelli.
Yes,
You can hear?
I can hear.
Yes.
All right, so my name's Steve Martinelli, 1923 Tuckahoe Road, 31-year resident, Upper Township. Been going to Strathmere since I've been 5 years old. First of all, I want to thank you guys for doing such a great job running the township. I haven't talked to you guys in a long time, but you're doing a good job. The beach tag parking issue is a big red button for me. I think if you get the parking resolved, you're going to get the beach problem resolved. Okay, you're trying to keep people off the beach by charging them to go to the beach. But what you're doing is you're going to keep your residents off the beach. Haven't bought a beach tag in my entire life. I don't intend to ever buy one. I sort of understand some situations that you have. I hope that the general public will be notified, because the mainlanders are the ones that are going to be mostly affected. But the parking situation, if you delineate and you get that parking stuff squared away, you're going to solve most of your problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Ted Kingston, Strathmere. Can you hear me? Am I on?
Yeah, yes, you have to state your name.
Ted Kingston, Strathmere, 5 East Willard Road.
Okay.
Because
it's hard to even see who's talking. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. This originally came about because we had such problems last summer. So I kind of endorsed Curtis's plan. I wish it was further along and maybe a little better formulated, but I think overall it's a good plan. And although it's February, we're almost out of time. And if the committee doesn't act, we're going to be in trouble again this summer, just like we were last summer. So, all the discussion about whether it's going to make money or this or that, the original intent was to try and solve the problem. We're trying to put 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag in Strathmere. If something isn't done, we're going to have enormous problems again this summer. So I realize there's details to work out, but I wish you would kind of go forward with it and do something. You got to take the big swing at it, like making a couple streets, like parking one side or whatever. We got problems here, and it was evident last summer. Now, in the middle of February, it doesn't seem so evident, but it will be bad again this summer, real bad. So please act. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay.
Ted.
Anyone else?
Betty, we're not hearing you for some reason. It shows that it's on, Betty, but we can't hear you.
Yes. I'm not sure. We haven't heard. Can we hear you now?
Yeah, we can't hear you, Betty.
Turn up her volume. Try turning your volume.
I feel bad. We're just not able to communicate back and forth. I'm not sure what the issue is because most of these are going through.
Paul, it's not muted on our end, correct?
No, we got, when you can see the green microphone next to their icon, that shows that they're able to speak on our end.
Try unplugging it. If you have it plugged into your computer, unplug it and replug it in, and that might fix it.
Right. While he's trying to figure that out, because I'm thinking I'm going to have to cut this off at some point because I mean we can continue the discussion at the next meeting. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but we do have other business to take care of, and I'm thinking of my colleagues that started this meeting at 6 o'clock. We had a budget workshop, so trying to be done by midnight after 6 hours is a pretty long night. So anyway,
Mayor Palumbo, may I ask a non-related question, please, quickly?
As long as it's for the township.
It was something about the budget hearing that was cut off.
And Linda, you need to put your name, you have to put your name and your address just for the record.
Sure. Linda Bateman, 14 East Tecumseh, Strathmere. Would you be able to, or is the Stockton report on the website, or would you please do that?
Do we have a electronic file of that, Paul?
Yes. The last one was posted. It'll be posted as part of the regular meeting. It's all one continuous file from the budget workshop to this meeting. What will be one video?
Thank you.
We'll be posted later this week.
Okay, great. And Lisa Carr asked if the consultant's parking report would be released for everyone. I didn't hear the answer to that, or it was kind of hard to understand Lisa on my end. Is that also public?
I'm going to defer to Dan on that one.
I assume the report is final. If the report is final, it's public.
Okay.
Curtis, is the final report?
Okay.
I believe it is, Paul, isn't it?
Yes, that was the final report. You had a final report, 2 tables, and 2 sets of maps.
Great.
Okay,
So
we will post it then. We will have it posted.
Thank you. And at the beginning, when I logged on to the budget meeting, there was talk about a bond, and I couldn't hear it all. There was something about Moby mats and roads, or
Yeah, well, as you well know, we've been trying to do, add additional streets with the Moby mats. And
Right.
so rather than budget that, we're putting in a capital bond. So that money will come out of there. There's 5 streets being proposed for this year.
And then how long would a bond would that be, or are they all the same?
It's the only difference is how we're paying for it. We're paying for it with longer term financing rather than expensing it in a year.
Okay. And I understand that Beasley's Point Beach is having construction. I just am wondering, legally, can you have beach tags in part of the township and not in the other? And that's obviously for something for the future.
We have
Yeah,
to be closing that beach for construction.
we have to research that.
Yeah, there probably is a reason if there's a significant distinction between the beaches.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, and I appreciate talking about this further. And as always, we're happy to assist. We're not the Knights of Columbus, but we do have a lot of resources in terms of talking with people in Upper Township and in Strathmere in particular. Thank you. And
Thank
thanks
you.
to all on the call tonight.
Okay. Who's next?
This is Al Clark at 5 East Randolph Avenue.
Okay.
And so I think you guys are doing a great job first. And I applaud this council for its toys, what I've seen in the past. I'm very impressed. My wife and I just moved down here, all the way from coming to Strathmere for 34 years. I got to tell you, Councilman Corson, I applaud you for taking the lead on some really challenging issues, protecting the wildlife area, and candidly taking on the parking and the beach tag issues. I think it's a math problem. I mean, as a person, an engineer, spending $600,000 taking care of the beaches affects all of Upper Township. Because all of Upper Township people pay for it, right? And
Yes.
you know, being somewhat, I guess some would say OCD, some would say obsessive compulsive. Last year in August, I did a couple of vehicle counts along Commonwealth Avenue, and from the first dune walk over to the Deauville Bridge, routinely counted 350 to 380 cars parking on Commonwealth Avenue, many of them in the wrong locations. So, you know, you've got a full beach parking lot all the way down there, all the way down the end, right? And you got 300 plus cars at minimum, routinely parking along the way, plus 300 houses, plus the campground. To me, this is a no-brainer. I'm a business person. I could do this math, and I'd be more than happy to help out. You're gonna net more than you spend, and you're gonna offset expenses that will benefit all of Upper Township. And I think there are synergies between the tags and the parking problem. I also agree with Mayor Palumbo that these beach tags should be reasonable. Sea Isle City and Ocean City right now, their 2021 prices are 25 seasonal, 10 weekly, 20 if you buy in advance. I think those are your numbers. The market's already established the numbers. So thank you for taking on these issues. Anything I can do to be of assistance, support. You got a great community down here. We live here full time now, and I am absolutely delighted to call Strathmere my full-time home. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Thank you.
Okay. I'm keeping an eye on the time here. Okay, so who else would like to talk to the Township Committee?
Mr. Mayor, this is David Cummings again, 1808 South Commonwealth. All right, just
Hold
one
on,
other comment.
Dave. Let me just see if there's anybody else that wants to. I'm trying to let everybody have an opportunity to speak. I realize you were on the subcommittee.
Because of the time, Mayor, because of the time, I wouldn't have secondary speakers, primarily because they had their opportunity to speak and we're running out of time.
Well, I'll defer to somebody else who wants to speak, but if nobody else speaks, I would like to have one more statement.
Okay, so was there anybody else who would like to address the Township Committee? Paul, make sure they're all have an opportunity to be unmuted.
They are.
All right, Dave, quick comment.
It will be quick. I talked about beach tags earlier. I just wanted to reinforce the point about enforcement is really important. I think a number of people have talked about that. I know we're talking to Ocean City for some sort of service level agreement, but enforcement of parking is really important to fix our problems. And if we're going to issue the tickets ourselves as opposed to the state police, maybe we can up the ticket price just to give it a little more teeth. But also just be more consistent, because people who come and park, and they've told me to my face that they just view a parking ticket of $35 or $45 as the fee to park there. And we need to change that paradigm. So give it more teeth, and let's enforce the parking a little more with working with Ocean City if we can. Thank you.
Okay. One more time. Anybody else?
Hi, I do have a question.
Okay.
I don't know if you can hear me. My name is Melissa Rambler. My parents, Craig and Debbie Thompson, own the home at 5 West of Vincent. And I probably have a silly question, but where or how do homeowners find out about the survey that had been sent out and things like that?
So that was not, the survey was not handled by the Township Committee. That was handled by the Strathmere Improvement Association. And there are several members that are on this call right now that are from that represent the Strathmere Improvement Association. And so we'll figure out some way of getting you their information without making it public on the survey was not done by the township. Okay. Just, it was done at a local association that works, with residents of Strathmere and then residents from Upper Township as well. So.
Okay. Got it. Sitting here with my parents. I'm sorry. Sitting here with my parents, beach tags do sound like a good idea. Unfortunately, being on close to the restaurant, Twisties, that road is very tight, but it kind of only affects one house on that road, which is my parents' home. But it is hard to back out of a driveway. We own a truck, and people park right up to the driveway, and we can hardly get in and out of our own driveway on West Vincent.
And that's what Mr. Corson was speaking about, potentially lining area on each side of the driveway so people can't park there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else? All right. Dan, are you comfortable?
Yes.
I so appreciate all of the input that took place this night. It really is important for the Township Committee to be able to hear, really across the board. There were folks, it was a good cross between, or a good mixture of folks from not only Strathmere, but other sections of the township. I've always tried to stress that although these issues at times are very centrally located to one particular area, and I would certainly agree that parking is absolutely there. The beach tags is just something that affects all of the township residents, and that's something that will be taken into consideration. So we will make no determination, I don't believe, tonight, because we're gathering some more additional information on costs. And Mr. Coggins and Mr. Barr and Mr. Corson will work on that, and hopefully we'll have something more concise when we get to the next meeting. But I wish you a great week. And at this time, I'll entertain a motion to close the public comment portion.
I hereby move that a resolution be incorporated into the minutes authorizing the Township Committee to enter into an executive session for the following matters pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act. The matters are contract negotiation for Block 382, lots 1101 and 1102. Contract negotiation for 4th of July fireworks, for possible exchange of land, for special legal counsel, for bond counsel, litigation, Township of Upper versus Whippoorwill Campground LLC, and personnel. I also include in my motion the estimated time and the circumstances under which the discussion conducted in closed session can be disclosed to the public as follows. It is anticipated that the matters discussed in closed session may be disclosed to the public upon the determination of the Township Committee that the public interest will no longer be served by such confidentiality. With respect to employment and personnel matters, such discussions will be made public if a formal action is taken or when the individuals involved consent that it can be made public. With respect to contract negotiations, such matters will be made public when negotiations have ceased and there is no longer a reason for confidentiality. With respect to litigation matters, such discussions will be made public when litigation is complete and the applicable appeal period has expired.
Second.
Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo,
Yes.
motion is carried.
I would remind everyone that this line will remain open, that we could potentially come back, well, we have to come back and close the open session. The committee and some of our staff are going into closed session. But if you would like to stay on the line, you're welcome to do so. I can't give you an exact time that we'll be back because there are a number of issues, as you heard, Mr. Coggins in his motion. So again, for those that are leaving, thank you all for joining this evening, and thank you for your input again. Have a good night for those that are leaving.
Rich, you're on mute.
How's that?
I saw you talking. I was like, wait a minute.
I was about to give sign languages. All right, so I'll make a motion. We go out of executive session into open session.
Second.
Second.
All right, Barb, would you call the roll?
Mr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
All right, would someone like to make a motion pertaining, let's see,
I'd like,
Item number
like to
8.
make a motion that we follow through with the separation of service for
Well,
Sharon Tech.
Here's what I'd like to do. It's item number 8 on the agenda. We're revisiting it. It's a resolution regarding separation from service of Sharon Taggart as provisional employee. Can we have a motion to adopt that?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Mr. Barr,
call the roll?
Yes.
Mr. Coggins,
Yes.
Mr. Corson,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mayor Palumbo.
Yes.
Motion is carried. All in favor.
All right, I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
For another hour?
Have a spectacular night, everybody, and thanks for your cooperation. It was a long night. John, thanks for hosting the workshop. Curtis and Ed, thanks for all your help with the